Okay, good morning, everyone. It is January 19th. This is a special meeting of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission to review the draft wolf restoration plan. And we welcome members of the public for the first time in person on this. Before we get started, I will have a couple of comments, but I want to make sure we take roll, so turn it to Laura for that.
Adams.
Present.
Bailey.
Here.
Blecka.
Here.
Haskett.
Here.
May.
Present.
Otero.
Here.
Phillips.
Here.
Reading is absent. Touchton.
Here.
Vardy.
Present.
Chair Hauser.
Here. Thank you, everyone. And again, Commissioners Vardy and Otero, mostly our job today is to listen, and if you want to jump in at any point, just try to make it evident that that's what you'd like to do. I'm going to start by repeating some of my comments from the January 9th meeting just to ground us and to remind folks that have not yet engaged in this process, or just to remind us all of kind of our ground rules today. So we all know that Proposition 114 passed in November of 2020 and is now state law. Since that time, CPW, working in conjunction with the Voluntary Stakeholder Advisory Group, I think we have at least one member of that group here today, thank you for your work, and the Scientifically Focused Technical Working Group and myriad other stakeholders has worked hard to prepare this draft wolf plan. The plan represents the division's best effort to develop a blueprint and a common sense approach to implement Proposition 114, now codified at Colorado Revised Statutes, Title 33, Article 2, Section 1058.8. The goal was to develop a plan that the majority of the public will support and one that represents reasonable compromise, viability, and has room to evolve over time with lessons learned and wisdom gained. Preparing the plan was no easy task, and the state of Colorado is privileged to have some of the very best scientists in the country working hard for CPW. The staff, again, deserves a great deal of credit for managing a difficult task over the past 2 years. And while there are too many to name, the two gentlemen who are sitting right in front of us, in front of me, would certainly recognize both Reed DeWalt and Eric Odell in particular. Their work has embodied skill, professionalism, patience, and diplomacy. Our sincere thanks again goes out to them and to the Keystone Policy Center for facilitating this process. Again, our job today as a commission is to listen. Our goal is to understand this complex plan and hear from the public. Thank you for those of you who have joined us in person. This commission will ask that everyone present act respectfully and appreciate the monumental effort that we've all had the good fortune to participate in. This is historic for Colorado, and we will do it well. Again, a few reminders to all of us and to the public on the Commission's role in developing the Colorado Wolf Restoration Plan. First, it is the Commission's responsibility to develop and adopt the plan. In doing so, the Commission must necessarily rely heavily on the resources and deep expertise of the division. And at the end of the day, the Commission is responsible for making the difficult decisions embodied in the plan, and we will do so by a final vote this May in Glenwood Springs. Second, the law requires the plan to be based on, quote, the best scientific data available, and we will adhere to that standard. Third, the law requires the Commission to, quote, hold statewide hearings to acquire information to be considered in developing the wolf plan, including scientific, economic, and social considerations pertaining to wolf restoration. So today is our first opportunity to hear from the public in person since the plan was released, and we have 4 more occasions between now and April, in addition to our regular commission meetings for this same purpose. We are thankful for the input to date by email and other forms on the plan to date. State law also requires that CPW develop the wolf restoration plan. As such, there is no other plan that this commission will consider. On this note, sorry, I'll just leave it there, period. Finally, a note about our upcoming dates, and again, this is mostly to the commission, to members of this commission. I know that this is a lot for your time. This is a volunteer group of commissioners. I want to thank them for participating, for learning, and doing the very best they can to be present, to listen, and to understand all sides, and to be open to adjusting their own viewpoints on this. So again, our job is mostly to listen today. And importantly, we need to provide clear direction and input by the February 22nd meeting so that the staff can incorporate it and deliver a final plan to us by May. So this is iterative. It doesn't mean that feedback that stops then. And between now and February 22nd, we need to really understand this plan, listen to the public, and give feedback to Reed and to Eric on this. And finally, again, I would just say thank you. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to this volunteer group of commissioners. Did I mention it's a volunteer group of commissioners? Your commitment to this process thus far is really commendable, and certainly the time that lies ahead. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for your respectful discourse, and that is all valued and very much appreciated. I also just want to recognize Kate Greenberg, Commissioner Greenberg, Commissioner of Agriculture, is with us today and joined us. So I just want to thank her for being here in person. And I will turn it over to Reed and to Eric. Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the kind words in the introduction, and just for setting the expectations for today and the meetings going forward. I'm Reed DeWalt, Assistant Director of Aquatic, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources, and overall lead for this project. And with me, I have Eric Odell, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Directors. My name is Eric Odell. I'm a Species Conservation Program Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the Biological Lead for the Wolf Project.
So again, just a lot of thank yous for this process so far. Up to now, you know, we've held multiple meetings across the state, up to 15 stakeholder advisory group meetings and an equal number of technical working group meetings. A lot of work has gone into this plan, and we've taken it seriously and put our best effort forward. But we're just very thankful to all the staff that's been involved. It's taken way more than just Eric and myself to accomplish this. Numerous staff, too numerous even to count sometimes, and thousands of hours of discussions and phone calls and different things. So just a huge thank you to start out with. Thank you to the commissioners for your support and your questions and encouraging us through this process as well. And then also a thank you to the Keystone Policy Center for all their work and continued help. It does sort of have a historic feel today, and it's pretty neat. This is an exciting opportunity and just a great place to be. So again, thank you. Just to set expectations today, I think Chair Hauser did a great job of explaining the expectations, and I won't redo that. But as we go forward in these meetings, what to expect is these meetings will have a different feel because of location, but the program will be similar, each one. And I'll go through what to expect today a little bit, and then we'll get into it. So at each meeting, right now we have planned to go through the impact-based management portion of the plan, as that's an important part of the plan, as well as the damage prevention and compensation part of the plan, and Luke Hoffman will present that. It may be somewhat repetitive to you, commissioners, and some of the members of the public, but our intent behind that is so that the local focus, folks that may not have tracked this plan, will be able to hear those important components of the plan. Now, if that becomes too repetitive or you think it's something we should move on from, we're definitely open to hearing from the commission and changing those agendas. But right now, that would be the intent, is to have that continued part of each meeting. We may not do that at the very last meeting, as it will kind of be done at that point with public meetings and moving on to recommendations from the commission. But so my point is all of this is adaptive, and if there's things that are missing that you, the commissioners, would like, we're definitely open to that and open to those changes. But right now, that impact-based management and the damage prevention and compensation are scheduled to be two main components. Also today, you'll see that Justin Rutter, our Chief Financial Officer, will give an update on the finances around this Wolf project, and that was at a request made at the last meeting on December 9th, and just in response to that request. So Justin will give that presentation. We'll also spend some time this morning going through some of the questions that you presented on that December 9th meeting that maybe we weren't able to answer then, just due to the nature of that, and we'll spend some time. Most of that will be Eric responding to those questions, but I'll also be here to help, as will Luke. But you definitely presented some good questions, and we would like to respond to those. And so that will be that portion of it. We also carved out a time for our stakeholder advisory group members that self-selected to be here to appear and to present to you whatever they would like to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask them questions about the process or things about that as well. You may see members of that stakeholder advisory group show up in public comment, and that's to comment outside of the stakeholder advisory group process, more as a private member of the public. As they appear under that SEG, stakeholder advisory group portion, they will be speaking as members of that group, and we did not want to limit their comments to just that. So you may see some folks sign up outside of that, which have encouraged as well. And then a very important part will be the public comments on the draft plan. As Commissioner Hauser said, we're here to listen today about the pros and cons of the plan, and that'll be an important component. And then we'll end the day with just some more questions and answers from you. Our intent is that you, the commissioners, really have a good understanding of the plan and what you will eventually vote on for approval. So, and just to remind everybody of those upcoming meetings, as was stated before, there's 5 of those coming up. We'll be in Gunnison next week, and apologies for the back-to-back weeks, but schedules are difficult. So January 25th, we'll be in Gunnison, and February 7th, we will be in Rifle. February 16th, we will have a virtual meeting, so we'll see everybody on the computer that day. And then February 22nd, we will be in Denver at the CPW campus in Denver. And that's really an important meeting, that will sort of signal the end of public comments about the plan and allow Eric and myself and the rest of the staff to go back and make those recommended changes to that plan. I know I've said this before, but at that meeting, we will just need clear direction from the commission and as to what changes you want on the plan. So just remember that as we move forward. Suggestions are fine now, but until we hear that voice of the commission in unison, it's going to be very difficult for us to make all those changes. So that's what you should be thinking about today and in the rest of these meetings is what the consensus of the commission is and what changes you would like to see in the plan. And then in April, we'll move to Steamboat Springs. April 6th, we'll be in Steamboat Springs for what we call step 1 of our regulations process. That'll be a little bit of a different meeting. You won't see us present on all the details of the plan. It'll be more some of the regulations that need to be changed or created to implement the plan. And then there'll be a lot of discussion about those regulations. And then in May, we'll be in Glenwood Springs and looking forward to a final vote on those regulations and final approval of the plan. And so it will go quickly, and we're excited to see this process through. So with that, I'll stop with my introductory remarks and turn it over to Eric. I don't know if you have introductory remarks or you'd want to move into the impact-based management.
No, thanks, Reed. Again, Eric Odell, Species Conservation Program Manager. I don't have any introductory remarks, but I can start into the presentation of the impact-based management slides here shortly, if Kurt can help. Great. Thank you. All right, good morning. Today I'm just going to cover some slides that we initially presented when the plan was first released in early December. These are the same slides and more or less the same script that you heard then. Purposes, the background for the commission, but also for the information for those in the public that are here today. So specifically, I'm going to talk about the impact-based management, which is covered in Chapter 5 of our plan. After I complete my presentation, my colleague Luke Hoffman will continue with a presentation on wolf conflict minimization and depredation compensation programs. So fundamentally, the plan is predicated on managing wolves in Colorado using an impact-based management framework that will allow CPW the maximum flexibility to manage wolves. In impact-based management philosophy, especially in the context of wolf management, recognizes that there are both positive and negative aspects to having wolves on the landscape. And if wolves are creating an impact, which typically is a negative impact, those managers will work to resolve the problem using a variety of management tools. Very important to say that we recognize that there are positive impacts as well. Generally, those don't require any kind of management intervention. Chapter 5 uses this approach to describe a wolf management program that provides the details for the restoration and management of gray wolves, including the actions for establishing and maintaining a self-sustaining population of gray wolves, as is required by statute, as you see on this slide. It's important to have a solid understanding of some of the terms that I'll say. So management is a term that we use that implies that cooperating agencies and entities, including private landowners and non-governmental organizations, are actively engaged in activities that assure the long-term welfare of the wolf population and also minimize the potential for the conflict or resolve conflict where and when it develops. In the big picture of things, we're working towards the establishment of a self-sustaining population of wolves in the state, and we need to use a variety of management tools to get there. Management is not synonymous with lethal control. There are a whole suite of tools that are used when implementing wolf management, and I'll talk more about this in subsequent slides. Management is also not synonymous with regulated hunting. These are fundamentally different concepts. The statement that you see on this slide is taken from the consensus document that our stakeholder advisory group assembled regarding impact-based management. And these points were adapted from the consensus statement from the 2004 Wolf Working Group that had previously been assembled. Fundamentally, impact-based management means that if wolves are causing problems, you manage to resolve the problem. When negative impacts occur, they should be addressed on a case-by-case basis, utilizing a combination of appropriate management tools, including education, non-lethal conflict minimization, lethal take of wolves, and damage payments. Again, an impact-based approach recognizes that there are both positive and negative aspects to having wolves in the state. When implementing impact-based management, more often than not, we're addressing the negative, conflict-oriented aspects of having and managing wolves. There's a risk in interpreting that there are only negative impacts in sharing the area with wolves, and I want to be clear that CPW does not view this as being the situation. Again, it's important also to understand that this philosophy differs from managing towards a population objective using regulated hunting. This is where a population is managed to a numerical goal. The plan does not state a population cap or a population goal. These are fundamentally different approaches, and we're not describing a population objective-based management approach today, and the plan does not state a population objective either. It's very challenging to write general prescriptions for wolf management, as so much is context dependent. What works in one situation may not be effective in another. Unfortunately, when there are impacts, there are a variety of tools that can be used. The education of agency staff, agency partners, non-governmental organizations, the general public, producers, commissioners, decision makers, and many others is a valuable management tool. It's essential to recognize the importance of education in wolf management, and there's an entire chapter dedicated to this topic in the wolf management plan. Non-lethal and lethal tools are also very important management tools. Both non-lethal and lethal tools are temporary solutions to resolve conflict. It is not expected that either of these tools provide regular, long-term effectiveness. Non-lethal tools can be effective as a proactive, preventative measure. These include techniques such as removing carcasses, deploying flattery, as you see in this photo, the fencing with the flagging on it, utilizing range riders, utilizing aversive stimuli such as noise and light flashing, and other tools. This is not meant to be a checklist, but rather these tools should be deployed on a case-by-case basis as they are appropriately deemed to be effective. The use of lethal management is also an important tool to be used to achieve the plan's goals in certain situations. Lethal management is particularly useful when there are recurrent depredations in an area. It's most effective shortly after a depredation event has occurred. Not all wolves will be involved in conflict. In fact, we expect that the vast majority of wolves are not going to be implicated in any kind of conflict anywhere in the state. Studies from the Northern Rocky Mountains states, where they've got decades of experience managing wolves, indicate that approximately 20% of the packs have been involved in some sort of conflict on an annual basis, about 1 in 5. Before we talk in more depth about the specifics of the plan and the impact-based management tools, a few words about the use of lethal control of wolves is warranted. There will be lots of criticism about the use of lethal management of wolves to resolve conflict. It has the potential to be one of the more socially contentious issues related to wolf management that we contemplate. I want to make clear the distinction between targeted lethal management and regulated public hunting. The plan, again, does not allow or consider the hunting of wolves. Lethal management in a conflict situation is used reactively rather than proactively, and most typically after other techniques have been deployed and found not to be successful. When used, lethal management is employed in small scales and small geographies. The way that depredating wolves are managed may influence the long-term persistence and social tolerance for wolves, as those wolves that are not implicated in any depredation are likely to be better tolerated. Lethal management is not intended to be used as a long-term tool across both space and time. It is a short-term response to an immediate issue to mitigate chronic or recurring depredations that could not be resolved using other methods. Wolves are very resilient as a species. At the population scale, lethal management is not a threat to the long-term viability of the species. Lethal management has been used in other states, while at the same time allowing the wolf population as a whole to grow, recover, become self-sustaining, and viable at the population scale. The technical working group unequivocally stated that lethal control is a critically important tool for wolf management from the very beginning of the project. Fundamentally, where wolves and livestock share the landscape, there will be conflict. Depredation programs that use a mix of both conflict reduction techniques proactively as well as reactive tools will ultimately be the most effective at reducing and minimizing risk of conflict between wolves and livestock. Okay, so now that I have set some of the foundation for what wolf management is and how it can be employed, let's come back to the impact-based management. Again, the basic premise is that impact-based management is that if wolves are causing problems, you manage to resolve that problem. And again, not all impacts can be predicted, and future management flexibility is crucial for adaptively managing impacts as they arise. And with this uncertainty, the full gamut of potential management actions cannot be comprehensively identified in this plan. In the plan, 3 primary scenarios of impacts were discussed relative to the phases of the population status as well. And these 3 scenarios were livestock interactions, other species interactions, and other situations. I need to start off by saying that all management of wolves in Colorado will be done in compliance with all state and federal laws and regulations. If the plan is approved as presented, as Reed mentioned earlier, the Commission will have to pass regulations related to this plan. Also, wolves are federally endangered. And concurrent with this planning process, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has embarked on a rulemaking process to designate and provide management flexibility by designating Colorado's wolves as an experimental population under Section 10J of the Endangered Species Act, the Federal Endangered Species Act. So now I will step through this table that describes how various management tools can be employed. You can see it here in the first row. Non-injurious hazing of wolves includes the scaring off of animals by making loud noises, confronting the animals without doing bodily harm. This is allowed at any time. If a known injury or death of a wolf occurs, Colorado Parks and Wildlife must be notified within 24 hours. Potentially injurious non-lethal hazing means scaring off a wolf or wolves without killing, but with the potential for minor injury to the wolves. And this includes tools such as rubber bullets or beanbag projectiles. While this is not currently allowed under CPW regulations, previous 10J rules for wolf populations in the northern Rocky states have allowed this to be used. The plan proposes using this at any time, allowing this to be used at any time. While it is extremely rare, it is important to consider what kinds of wolf management is appropriate if human safety is threatened by wolves. Both state and federal laws allow the take of wolves in the act of self-defense. State or federal agents would be allowed to engage in lethal control of wolves that have attacked but are not presently attacking humans. This can be thought of as wolves that have become habituated and continue to pose a threat to human safety. Again, this should be considered to be very rare and uncommon. For wolves that are in the act of attacking livestock, lethal control by state or federal agents, as well as by producers or their agents, may be permitted through regulations the Commission approves. A producer or their agent would need a state-issued permit, as state statute requires a permit for the take of a state-listed or non-game species throughout the 3 phases of wolf population status. This would be applicable on both private lands as well as on areas where producers are legally grazing on federal allotments. The notification of Colorado Parks and Wildlife would be required, and an investigation would be undertaken to assess the claim. Very important to say, too, the Colorado Department of Agriculture has a role in managing depredating animals by state statute. There is a nexus between Colorado Parks and Wildlife and Colorado Department of Agriculture, as Colorado Department of Agriculture would adopt rules regarding the management of at-risk species such as wolves. And clearly, coordination with Colorado Department of Agriculture is essential as these regulations are developed. The management of wolves that are involved in chronic depredation situations may include lethal removal of an animal, even when the animal is not in the act of attacking after an evaluation of circumstances. Think of this as animals that have become habituated to depredating on livestock that continue to present a problem. The Stakeholder Advisory Group recommended that Colorado Parks and Wildlife be left with the discretion to make a determination as to when or how a particular situation is characterized as chronic depredation. An evaluation of the entirety of each relevant situation would inform Colorado Parks and Wildlife in making this determination. The evaluation of circumstances and the subsequent actions taken would include considerations such as the status and the number of wolves in the state, documented repeated depredation and harassment in a limited geography caused by wolves, previously implemented practices to minimize or reduce depredation, the likelihood that additional and continued wolf-related mortality will continue if control is or is not implemented, and the intentional use of attractants that may be luring or baiting wolves to that location. The translocation of wolves suspected to be causing a chronic depredation problem is not considered in any phase, and the rationale against translocation in this case is that it is not desirable to move wolves to places where they will continue to cause conflict with livestock. The implementation of lethal control in a chronically depredating situation would be conducted by state or federal agents. Livestock owners or their agents would only be permitted to engage in this lethal management of wolves in a chronic depredation situation only if there are not adequate resources for state or federal agents to carry this out. This would be undertaken using limited duration permits. And again, as a sense of the likelihood of this happening, other states do this. They participate in this lethal management removals. In 2020, the Montana wolf population was approximately 1,200 wolves. 52 animals in that year, in 2020, were taken through management control, approximately 4% of the population. Oregon had 173 wolves in 2000 and had 1 wolf removed for management control, less than 1% of the population. And in 2020, Washington had 178 wolves, 3 of which were removed for management control, about 1.5%. Again, this is not going to be a regular occurrence. The plan also considers lethal management of wolves if there are substantial, measurable impacts to ungulate herds. A very high bar is set if this is ever to be implemented. Management action on wolves with respect to impacts on ungulates is not considered in phases 1 or 2 while the species remains state listed, the wolf species remains state listed. It would only be considered if the wolf population is in phase 3, non-game status, when wolves would be delisted from the state threatened and endangered species list. In order to consider whether this should be implemented, Colorado Parks and Wildlife would require data or other information indicating that wolves are a known factor of ungulate herds not meeting objectives. And they will consider the level and duration of wolf removal necessary to achieve management objectives, the ability to measure ungulate response to management actions, the identification of other potential major causes of an ungulate population not meeting objectives and attempts made to address those, and a decline in ungulate license quotas and hunting opportunities. This sets a very high bar before any management would be considered, much less implemented. If this were to be implemented, wolf removals must not contribute to reducing the wolf population in the state below 150 wolves, the threshold that's been marked as the delisting threshold. Similar to considerations about wolf management when there are data-supported evidence that wolves are a primary factor in impacting ungulate populations, the plan also describes wolf management with respect to impacts to other wildlife species. Again, a very high bar is set, and this would only be considered in Phase 3. It's extremely unlikely that Colorado Parks and Wildlife would ever impose management on wolves due to an impact on other wildlife species, as this has not been an issue in other states. Finally, the plan describes and offers management flexibility for agency employees who are working in the course of their normal duties. I want to take a moment and say that the text that's in this section, I kept this slide as it is. Commissioner Bailey and others have caught important editorial errors, and the language that's in here is not what will appear in the final plan. This was an editorial error that was carried forward through some work with the Fish and Wildlife Service, and so this will change, but fundamentally it will give agency employees the cover to do typical wildlife management activities for wolves. And so I left this slide in as it is. The language that it will be reflected in the plan is still being drafted here. So, but what this will do is provide biologists the cover from both the state and the federal opportunities to engage in regular wolf management. Throughout all of this, not all situations can be predicted, and challenging circumstances will arise. The framework in its entirety that I've described provides the description of practices that Colorado Parks and Wildlife views as being important to manage the impacts of having wolves in the state, while also working towards the conservation of the population. So with that, we can move to a short presentation from Luke Hoffman on conflict minimization programs and depredation compensation.
Good morning, Executive Director Gibbs, Acting Director Dugan, Madam Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Luke Hoffman, and I'm the Game Damage Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And today, I'm going to be presenting CPW's draft conflict minimization and compensation programs, which are all based on the technical and social considerations from the technical working group, as well as the stakeholder advisory group. As well as input from other state and federal wildlife management agencies. (33.2.105.8) mandates that CPW assist livestock owners in preventing and resolving conflicts between gray wolves and livestock. And to meet the statute's intent, CPW has developed the following draft conflict minimization program. CPW's draft conflict minimization program will provide temporary conflict minimization materials on a case-by-case basis to livestock owners. These tools include turbo flattery, cracker shells, propane cannons, and fox lights. CPW will also conduct outreach and training on conflict minimization techniques that are identified in CPW's Wolf Resource Guide, which is available in either electronic or hard copy format. And also to facilitate these efforts, CPW has already hired a wolf conflict coordinator position that's been working closely with local CPW staff and livestock owners to coordinate conflict minimization efforts. Additional items that this draft conflict minimization program provides for is conflict minimization program funding will be separate from compensation program funding. There's going to be established procedures for providing conflict minimization materials, support, and training to livestock owners. It allows CPW to seek external funding through grants, donations, and other opportunities to support conflict minimization efforts. And it also allows CPW to coordinate CPW's efforts with other agencies and groups' efforts to effectively minimize wolf livestock conflicts. In addition to minimizing conflicts, Colorado Revised Statute 33.2.105.8 also mandates that CPW provide fair compensation to livestock owners for any losses of livestock that's caused by gray wolves. And it's important to mention that the terms fair compensation and any losses are broad terms that are important, since this draft compensation program provides compensation for direct losses, which include injury or death of livestock, as well as indirect losses, which are losses other than injury or death. To meet 33.2.105.8, the intent of that statute, CPW has developed the following draft compensation program. Some basic principles of this draft program include conflict minimization technique implementation is not required for compensation eligibility, but it is highly encouraged and incentivized. Depredation confirmations will be made by CPW and will be based on a preponderance of evidence, which is a more likely than not standard. Compensation for wolf livestock damage will be reduced by the amount of other financial support awarded to a claimant. Also, adjusting the maximum limit to $8,000 for each animal that is injured or killed by wolves, which is an increase from the $5,000 statutory limit for big game damage. This has been around since approximately 2002, and that $5,000 statutory limit has been adjusted to that $8,000 limit to be more in line with inflation. This draft program also allows providing compensation for the injury or death of livestock, missing livestock, and indirect losses. All livestock defined in 33.2.105.8, including cattle, horses, mules, burros, sheep, lambs, swine, llama, alpaca, and goats, as well as animals used for guard or herding purposes, are eligible for base compensation under this draft program at 100% fair market value compensation up to that $8,000 per animal limit. Veterinarian costs can also be reimbursed for injured livestock or guard or herding animals up to the fair market value for that animal, not to exceed the $8,000 per head limit. Also, if a confirmed wolf depredation occurs to cattle or sheep, in addition to base compensation for that animal, a livestock owner may choose between additional compensation options, which we'll see here in a second. Part of that is CPW has developed additional compensation options to address missing calves and sheep in larger open range settings where topography and vegetation could make it difficult to confirm depredations in a timely manner. And this component of the plan is based on a scientific literature review, which was conducted by CPW, along with stakeholder advisory group recommendations. Again, if a confirmed wolf livestock depredation occurs to cattle or sheep, a livestock owner can choose between the following compensation options. Option 1 is a basic compensation ratio, which provides compensation for missing calves or sheep in larger open range settings and may also cover some production losses. This is a more simplified claim process overall, and as an analogy would be similar to the standard deduction option when filing taxes each year. Option number 2 is an itemized production losses option, which provides compensation for missing calves and sheep, as well as production losses such as decreased weaning weights and conception rates. This is a more complex claim process that requires additional documentation to substantiate losses, and as an analogy, would be similar to itemizing deductions when filing taxes by requiring specific baseline documentation. Livestock owners who have had a confirmed cattle or sheep depredation can choose between either option, which allows livestock owners the choice of pursuing a more simplified process versus one that requires additional documentation to support a claim. Providing these options allows cattle and sheep owners who sustain damage amounts greater than what is covered by the basic compensation ratio to seek compensation, loss compensation based on documentation they provide as part of their claim. This flow chart provides an illustration of all options that are available under this draft compensation program, and this flow chart is essentially based on the Stakeholder Advisory Group's Alternative 5 recommendation. We will be focusing first on the basic compensation ratio option, which is highlighted on the left side of the screen. This option, again, is designed to compensate for missing calves and sheep. In order to qualify for this option, there must be a confirmed cattle or sheep depredation, which includes injury or death. Livestock other than cattle or sheep or animals used for guarding or herding purposes do not qualify for the compensation ratio and are only eligible to be claimed for base compensation. Missing calves and sheep can be claimed if two conditions are met. The first condition is there must be a confirmed cattle or sheep depredation that results in injury or death, and any missing animals claimed must be the same band or flock of sheep, herd of cattle, or from the same private parcel of land where the confirmed depredation event occurred. Second, the livestock owner must reasonably believe that livestock claimed as missing were lost to wolves and not related to other causes. Also, the number of missing livestock claimed for compensation cannot exceed the actual number of documented livestock missing. And it's important to mention that in general, compensation ratio eligibility will only apply in larger open range grazing situations where locating carcasses is more difficult due to topography and vegetation. A compensation ratio recognizes that in areas where topography and vegetation would create difficulty in finding carcasses, it is possible that additional calves or sheep could be missing as a result of wolves and not found by the livestock owner. The number of missing calves or sheep that can be claimed is based on the actual number of confirmed wolf depredations and is a two-tiered compensation ratio, incentivizes the use of conflict minimization to reduce damages. A higher ratio of up to 7 missing animals for every confirmed depredation will be used if conflict minimization techniques are implemented, and a lower ratio of up to 5 missing animals for every confirmed depredation will be used if conflict minimization techniques are not implemented. Here's a brief example of a compensation ratio option. In this example, CPW confirms 2 cows were killed by wolves on a large Forest Service allotment in May, and 1 calf was killed by wolves in July. A range rider checks on the cattle twice a week during the grazing season, and when the cattle come home at the end of the season, 3 calves are missing. Since conflict minimization techniques are used, the livestock owner is eligible for the higher compensation ratio, where up to 7 calves can be claimed as missing for each confirmed cattle depredation. Since the amount of missing livestock the owner is eligible to claim is directly tied to the amount of confirmed wolf cattle depredations, the compensation ratio of 7 is multiplied by the 3 confirmed cattle depredations, equaling 21 calves that could be claimed. Since CPW cannot provide compensation for more animals than what is actually documented by a livestock owner, in this case, only 3 calves, the owner is compensated for the 2 cows and the 1 calf that were confirmed depredated by wolves at 100% fair market value, and additionally the 3 missing calves at the end of the grazing season, which are also compensated at 100% fair market value. Going back to the flow chart, we will now shift our focus to the itemized production losses option on the right side of the screen. If a confirmed wolf depredation occurs to cattle or sheep, in addition to base compensation for that animal, a livestock owner can choose to itemize production losses. This option is designed to compensate for missing calves and sheep, decreased weight gains, and decreased conception rates, and is a more complex claim process that requires additional documentation to substantiate losses. Under the itemized production losses option, missing calves and sheep can be claimed if 2 conditions are met. The first condition is that there must be a confirmed depredation event, including injury or death to cattle or sheep. Second, the livestock owner must reasonably believe that livestock claimed as missing were lost to wolves and not to other predators, disease, or other factors. Eligibility for missing calves and sheep are limited to losses above the previous 3-year baseline death loss and cannot exceed the actual number of livestock documented as missing. To claim decreased cattle or sheep weights, livestock owners are required to demonstrate that decreased weight gains are caused by wolves and not attributed to other factors by submitting baseline weights over a minimum of 3 years, pre-wolf presence, and documentation must show that weights of cattle and sheep have decreased below the pre-wolf 3-year average weights to qualify for decreased weight compensation. To claim decreased cattle or sheep conception rates, livestock owners are required to demonstrate that decreased conception rates are caused by wolves and not attributed to other factors by submitting baseline conception rates over a minimum of 3 years pre-wolf presence, along with current year rates, and documentation must show a decrease in annual conception rates below the pre-wolf average 3-year rate in order to qualify for decreased conception rate compensation. This example is specific for itemized production losses. And in this example, during the grazing season, CPW confirms 5 sheep were killed by wolves on a large Forest Service allotment. A sheep herder is constantly with the band of sheep, and there are guard dogs present as well. The sheep owner chooses to itemize production losses and provides 3-year baseline documentation for weaning weights and current year weaning weights, which shows a 5% reduction in weaning weights at 95 pounds per lamb. Compensation is based on the difference in price per head the livestock owner actually received and the price per head the owner would have received if wolves were not causing these losses. The sheep owner in this example also had a contract price for $200 per 100-pound lamb. However, the owner only received $190 per lamb, and the average weight of lambs was 95 pounds at sale. Compensation in this example is $10 per lamb sold under this contract, plus 100% fair market value for the 5 sheep which were confirmed depredating during the grazing season. Additionally, under this option, it's important to mention the sheep owner could also claim missing sheep if the owner is able to provide specific information required to support missing livestock. In summary, all livestock defined in 33.2.105.8 plus guard or herding animals are eligible for the base compensation at 100% fair market value. Additionally, cattle and sheep owners have the ability to pursue additional compensation options as outlined in this chart. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Luke, and certainly to Eric and to Reed. I think just for sort of the smoothness of the conversation, I'd open it up to a few questions for Luke before we turn to Justin. So questions on what you've heard so far. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Luke, I presume that we are still considering the available maximum limit. Right now, it's proposed at 8,000, and as I've stated in the past, it seems to me insufficient. There are many cases where breeding stock or horses are worth much more than 15,000, so worth more than 8,000. I just wanted to get on the record that that is still something that we are proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's in the slides, it says that we're going to provide conflict minimization tools, and I understand that those are hard to get. What kind of a stock do we have of those?
That's a really good question, Commissioner Haskett. Thank you for bringing that up. We've been stockpiling conflict minimization tools for a while now. Before I say how much we have on hand or how much we've spent, I just wanted to mention that, there's only really one manufacturer of turbofladry at a large scale in the U.S., and they have a lead time of over 3 months. And in addition to that, it's fairly expensive for turbofladry. It's basically polywire, electrified polywire with some nylon flagging hanging from it. But it's very expensive stuff that requires additional materials, additional to the flagging and the polywire. To date, we've spent $40,000 on 13 miles, and these are approximate figures. It's not to the penny. For turbofladry, around 60 Fox lights. We have game cameras, and we've also purchased cracker shells as well. So we've been amassing some conflict minimization materials for some time now, and we plan to continue that into the future.
Okay, and I agree with Commissioner May on the limit, but I actually think that if we were to raise it to 10,000, that would be a good number. If you purchase a bull or something, any livestock for more than that, you're probably going to have insurance to cover something that you're going to spend that much money. But I do think 8,000 will not cover losses right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. What is needed for a landowner to obtain one of those permits, the take permits?
Thank you for the question. A lot of that is still being worked out. The permit would be an after the fact in most likelihood. We've got staff that are working on developing exactly what those protocols are going to be like to enable to acquire those permits. So it's still to be determined through our administrative directives.
Commissioner Phillips.
Cool. Thank you, Luke and Eric. Couple quick questions. On the scenario-based, where it's vet bills up to 8,000, say you run to 8,000, that animal dies, is the producer also compensated, for the vet bills and the animal loss?
And thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Phillips. That's a great question. That is yet to be determined in our regulations on how that will work. How it's written in the plan, though, it states that up to the fair market value of that animal or that $8,000 limit. So that's how it's stated in the plan. So we would have to, if we were to do that, to pay for veterinarian bills in addition to the fair market value for that animal, we would have to promulgate that through regulation.
Okay, that'd be interesting, because the vet oftentimes can't save them, so they try their best. But the second question is something I raised last time, and it's for the new producers without the 3 years of records. Just wondering if there's any way that can be worked in, or thoughts on that one.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up for new producers. It certainly has crossed my mind in that regard too. And that's really a big reason why we decided to move in the direction of providing those two options, because option number one, that basic compensation ratio option, would still be able to provide that option for missing livestock to new producers that don't necessarily have that 3-year records. So there is the ability for new producers to be compensated for missing livestock, and just not necessarily, the itemized production losses if they don't maintain 3 years records for reduced weights and conception rates.
Right, so they can only be compensated for actual animals lost and not the reduced rates currently. So if their conception rate comes in extremely low, arguably because of wolves, they have no access to compensation for that because they don't have the 3 years.
Yeah, and how it's written in the plan is they would have to have 3-year conception rates documentation, and the current year rates would have to show that conception rates were below those 3-year rates in order to substantiate and qualify for reduced conception rate losses.
Okay, thank you. That's something, I guess, I hate to keep harping on it, but I think it's important. I'm wondering if there's a scenario where you can do regional rates, or if there's regional pregnancy rates, or some kind of alternative for those new producers, just because that's a pretty big hurdle potentially. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple questions on the compensation cap, whether it's 8,000 or 10,000 or whatever it does get settled to at the end. Is there a way to adjust it for inflation?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Great question. So this could be changed on an annual basis when the commission takes a look at the Chapter 17 regulations. So this amount could change annually based on inflation. That's something that the commission could do, as inflation continues to increase.
Thank you. And so that actually addresses my second question about the flexibility of adapting these compensation limits and specifications over time as more information becomes available. It sounds like that there will be some flexibility for the commission to do that over time.
Yes, how I interpret the commission's authority is that they can adjust that limit. If that limit is set in regulation, I believe that they could adjust that on an annual basis. And we do that with other types of things in our regulations, licenses and other items.
Great, thank you. My last, it's maybe more of a comment than a question. I really liked to see that the compensation and conflict minimization will come out of 2 different buckets in this plan, which is unique from our other compensation strategies. I guess I'd want to make sure that conflict minimization bucket, because that will be very costly for livestock owners to take those preventative measures, that bucket is significant and substantial, perhaps even just as a token to make it larger than the compensation bucket when those budgets are planned. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Vardy, Commissioner Adams, and then Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation again. Wanted to clarify that there is time for, we might need to adjust things, staff responses to commissioner questions that we've already posed, so just want to be mindful.
They are coming a little bit later, so.
Yeah.
So, yep.
So I will refrain from asking questions that I already have asked. But I did have a question about if there are other species that CPW manages that includes these special permits. I've heard significant concern around the use of special permits. At the same time, I've heard the need for special permits. And so it would be helpful to know what species, if this does exist, that we're already doing this, and what measures we're taking to ensure that those who hold special permits are doing it with fidelity and all of the different things so that it's monitored and can address some of the concerns around this special permit. So that's one question. The second question is, with 100% of 126 farms in Gunnison alone, there is concerns about the prevention costs and the stockpile. So it was very helpful to hear the 3-month backlog. But it's also, it was my understanding that the flaggery has to be put up in advance of the winter. So there's not only the 3-month backlog to get the supplies, but also the window for when the supplies can actually be used in advance of when they're actually going to be needed. So any comments around that would be, or actually I think that's more of just a comment and something I'm excited to hear more from Justin as it relates to the budget side of the house, but certainly am interested in hearing your reflections on the first one.
Sure, Commissioner Adams, and I can address that. So the question that you're asking about is permits for the take, and what we're referring to are permits for take of a state-listed species. And that's required by statute, is to offer those permits. If there is to be any take of a state-listed species, it would have to be done through a permit system. To my knowledge, we've not done that in the past at all. So this is a unique situation that we would consider that kind of permitting system.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Touchton, I'll go to Executive Director Gibbs.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Luke, for the presentation. My understanding, if I have read correctly, is that compensation payments will be reduced by insurance payments. And I'm wondering if we have looked at the potential to encourage insurance and possibly subsidize insurance so that, then a private entity's on the hook as opposed to us being on the hook. So if you could give me some information on whether that would be feasible to look at whether we could help folks buy insurance.
Commissioner Touchton, that's a great comment and question all in one. I think there's opportunity to look into that. I don't know how feasible it is, though. I know it's been attempted in other states, other countries, but we have not looked into, subsidizing through insurance. The reason why this was brought up into the compensation plan is because it's also included in the big game damage compensation plan as well, in Title 33. And, there is other programs and other funding sources that can help offset damage to a certain degree. But I will look into that if you're interested, and I can certainly get back to you on that.
Okay, Executive Director Gibbs.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I wonder, just looking through the section on chronically depredating wolves and kind of management tools, do we need to have language in there? And also big picture, like what are we doing do we have the latest technology and tools and resources to make sure if we think there's depredating wolves, to make sure that they are actually wolves, make sure it's not certain diseases or other species? Do we have the best available, DNA evidence? Does there need to be flexibility or language to say we're going to work with Department of Agriculture too to make sure we can utilize their veterinarians as well where need be? Like, I want to make sure we're not working in silos, but we're utilizing everyone that can bring something to the table to help bring the best information to offer the best resources for CPW to make decisions that are important for everyone.
Yeah, as far as, thank you, Executive Director Gibbs. As far as investigations go, we have had conversations with our CDA counterparts on that. And we are in close coordination and communication on that effort as well. That's definitely an option, is to work with our local veterinarians as well as our state veterinarians when these complex issues arise during depredation investigations. If there are other biological agents or disease-related concerns with that. And yeah, I mean, I think it's highly, highly important to have that close communication between all agencies, because essentially, I mean, we're all in this together, and we have to work together through this.
And just to follow up, if I may, and just thinking of that, I know Justin will talk about finances later on, but, I want to make sure that we have, the best science, the best people, the best, folks on the ground that can piece everything together. And if we're missing something, let us know. We want to make sure this is obviously successful, and we want to make sure we work with the landowners to be responsive quickly and so forth, so.
Thank you, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a short comment that I've said this in the past, and I think it should be clear that no livestock owner, no rancher wants to lose an animal. Most people have decades of working with the animals they have to bring them to where they are. Nobody wants to go out there and start beginning to try to collect compensation for animals that were lost to depredation. For myself, I want to have the animals that I've spent my lifetime raising. I don't want to lose them to anything. I do everything I can to protect them. So I want to make sure that we frame this in a way that the compensation that we are looking to provide is a deterrent to the losses. It's not a way for somebody to gain financially. I don't think that's anybody's concept. And nobody wants to go out there tomorrow morning and find dead animals. They want to find their animals healthy and thriving and be able to operate as they have done the entire time. As far as insurance and having insurance on your animals to cover potential losses, and then our compensation, maybe there's a subrogation in effect. Most livestock owners, me for example, I cannot afford insurance on the animals I have. There's no margin. The margin is so small and the costs are so high. A quick example, this past year I had a wildfire that I lost animals to, and there is no way I can insure against losses like that. And I put this in the same category as that. So I think we have to be fair on our compensation. We have to be able to put livestock owners back into a state that they were in before they had the losses. And that's the only way we have a chance to have a successful reintroduction program that assures the safety of the wolves and assures that the animals and producers can keep providing the habitat that they provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one thing. So in the slides, you have where preponderance of evidence comes up. That puts us in an adversarial position, and I would like to see that changed. We want ag on our side. We don't want to be the ones, I'm not sure how to say it, but we need them on our side. And preponderance of evidence puts us in a bad position. So that's another thing we were talking about, grammar and how things work. So please look at changing that. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you. And definitely let me know if the mask is limit. Okay, great. I think I want to second a couple comments that have been made, particularly Commissioner Phillips' comments about new producers, and it's something Commissioner Greenberg raised as well, thinking ahead about how we might be able to average or get sort of relevant local data. I'm also thinking about, in addition to sort of new producers now, right, producers who are getting established 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now, and the pre-wolf language, just thinking about whatever options and sort of equitable approaches we can establish to ensure that they're compensated fairly. I really appreciated Commissioner Adams' comments as well in terms of how we're going to maintain fidelity, monitoring, communication for understanding sort of how anyone who's permitted is acting and just sort of understanding if it's effective, how it's effective, if it's working, how it's not working. I think really being clear on how we're communicating and understanding what that permitting is looking like it's going to be really important. And then I think to Commissioner May's really important points, I will fully acknowledge my ignorance on the finances of producers. And I think if some of the examples, right, that you've given in these slides to really exemplify and clarify and concretize what compensation is going to look like, if we could get some examples of sort of, I don't know, the average producer, not that that's actually a thing, but just sort of trying to understand what numbers, costs, insurance, lack thereof might look like on a fine scale, to really understand what this, it would just be helpful to kind of, get a more concrete understanding of the finances, if possible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I imagine you'll hear more of that in public comment as well. Okay, we're going to move to Justin, just to try to stay on time. Thank you for those good questions. And for members of the public listening, we are on agenda item number 4, which is the Wolf Financial Update by Justin Rutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commission. Assistant Director Dugan, Executive Director Gibbs. My name is Justin Rutter. I'm the Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I have for you today a financial update, which you see a lot of, but this one has the extra word wolves. So at the last meeting, you requested an understanding of kind of what we've spent so far and what we've budgeted for wolves. And so in a few quick slides, I have that for you today. So this first slide and the next one after it have a lot of words that might be difficult to read. So for the public, this is also available on the CPW website under the Commission Meetings tab. So Colorado Parks and Wildlife follows what's called an activity-based budgeting system. Since we have so many different funding sources, we need to have a way to identify appropriate expenditures for various grants or other sources that have specific requirements. So we have what we call an activity dictionary, where we kind of define the activities that you might undertake as you work for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And one that we added for this process is gray wolf management under Activity 1815. As you read the description, you see that this is related to the implementation of the ballot initiative that was passed by the voters of Colorado, but also to address the monitoring and responding to the wolves that have migrated naturally into the area and have been in the news of late. The second part of the definition kind of gives a bunch of things that you might do under this activity, with the last one being other gray wolf specific work not captured above. So this is a fairly broad definition for working with gray wolves or working around the issue of gray wolves. Things that you will notice that don't include, it doesn't say presenting financial information to the Commission. So my work here today is not considered a gray wolf activity. This is something that is part of my job to come and present to you and talk about finances, so it isn't separated out. Maybe a more practical example, it would be the call center. A call center employee might take a call on Keep Colorado Wild, and they might turn around and take a call about a gray wolf. And that's not really that they're working on gray wolves at that time. They're responding to information requests from the public. So those are the kind of costs that you might see associated with gray wolves, but would not be charged to this activity necessarily. So to the specific of expenditures, this is the top one is last fiscal year ending June 30th of 2022. And the bottom one is the current fiscal year that we're in the middle of. So in the previous fiscal year, we spent just over $1.1 million. That was well budgeted because the General Assembly had chosen to appropriate to us $1.1 million from the general fund. So for the overflow above that kind of expected amount, $1,000 got charged to the non-game checkoff fund, which is when people file their income taxes, they have the option to offset some of their liability or choose to increase their reduction of liability by donating to various causes at the end of the process, top one being non-game, and it was one of the first checkoffs. And we charged $1,000 to that. It's just kind of a quirk of our accounting system. We point overflow expenditures to various sources. Most of the overflow, and a very small amount still at this point, was almost $30,000 that was pointed at the Wildlife Cash Fund, but as per statute from non-fee sources. So in this case, there was a recent change to the way that the lottery proceeds work. Above a certain cap, it overflows into various buckets, one of those being the Wildlife Cash Fund. We are tracking how much lottery is being deposited there separately and are accounting for this $30,000 out of that funding source. For the current fiscal year, we've spent nearly $500,000, and that will all be from the general fund. And that will be the case until it hits the total amount appropriated to us for the year, which is $2.1 million. So of the last year's expenditures, about $550,000 of that was for staff time. So that's through our timekeeping system. The people that chose the template that said Wolf activity, total staff time and benefits was about $550,000, or about half. $570,000 of that was for operating, and I have detailed out kind of the larger expense categories here below. Professional services, which would be our contractor primarily, that has been facilitating our Wolf meetings across the state. Preliminary equipment, which would be capture and collar type expenses. Rental of motor vehicles, which is mixed, and meetings and per diem, which would again be a lot of the Wolf meeting expenses that we've had across the state. So this would be kind of the expenses that we'd expect to see during this public outreach and facilitation portion of the implementation. In the current year, we kind of see a continuation of the same. $320,000 of the so far is for our internal staff time, about $1.5 or $150,000 of operating of that, which is $100,000 personal services, and again represents that kind of facilitation cost of the outreach across the state. Not showing up in the actual expenditures is $1 million that's been encumbered. The Fish and Wildlife Service is undertaking the environmental assessment. We've agreed to pay $1 million for that process in support of the 10J. It has been encumbered and is ready for expenditure, but is waiting for the delivery of the product from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And finally, I reported earlier that we spent over just $1.1 million budgeted for the previous fiscal year. We had budgeted a total of $1.6 million. We are anticipating some of the environmental assessment costs to come earlier, since it is kind of an encumbrance waiting for prepaid encumbrance that we're waiting for the actual product to be delivered that did not hit. And we have just over $2.1 million budgeted for this current fiscal year, which is very close to the $2.1 million of general fund that's been appropriated to us by the General Assembly. It's important to note that that 2.1 figure is kind of in line with the numbers we've been talking about all along throughout the process from before the pilot initiative passed till now. We expect facilitation costs to be high and then drop off, and then there will be the actual implementation of putting wolves on the ground, and that will increase and then drop off, and then will be kind of the long-term expenses of mitigation and compensation that would go out into the future years, which we will respond to as kind of things change. And that's what I know about the current state of wolf budgets. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions from commissioners? Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of questions, but I'll start with just one. So in 21 and 22, you have staff costs or staff time and benefits of $553 or $554,000. If I kind of in my own head add up the time of people who I know are in this all the time, I don't think this number is including the game damage stuff that we incurred last year, because I know we had several staff members there a lot. Are people using the Kronos code right? And does that include game damage that we had last year?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I hope people are using the codes right. I think that it's kind of the potential shortfall of activity-based budgeting, right? Which is that we hope that people read and apply, but sometimes it's easier to just put the easiest thing, which is, state wildlife area O&M or another management activity. The investigation, I do believe, is included in the activity. And staff that have questions should reach out to their budget liaison. We'd be happy to help them charge their correct spot. I know that this has been an issue on the top of staff mind, so if they feel that they're not able to charge the wolf code, they should reach out to me.
Commissioner Bailey and then Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you, and thanks for that update. I'm curious as to sort of if and when we might get any like a projected budget or expenditures for some of those costs that you just noted for, I guess it'll be fiscal year 23 to 24 with respect to, you know, paws on the ground, getting resources out to people, some of the additional engagement, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So there's kind of two answers to that. We had a kind of broad theoretical look at what this will look like and kind of had those projections, and those are available now. Then for the actual kind of budgeted figures I'm giving currently, we go through a process starts in November and concludes in March for the upcoming fiscal year, where staff go into their base budgets and adjust what they expect their activities for the year to be. So that going back to the activity-based budgeting, they might reduce one activity and increase wolf management, and that would feed into how we fund things. That'd be a feedback to the budget office on how budgets are changing. They also are able to put decision items in for LT leadership team review, which would change budgets during that March timeframe as well. And after decisions are made in March, to answer a specific question, I could provide whatever changes are in that budgeted amount, if that would be helpful.
Thanks, Justin. I might just offer sort of, if you're sort of seeing this pattern exist, if there's any questions that we just need to put in a parking lot to sort of stay on time, we will bring them back to the next meeting. So just know that the staff is taking pretty careful note of those. Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. Are there any dedicated revenue streams for this? This is an unfunded mandate for our agency, and I didn't know if if you had a crystal ball that had either through the general fund or through private, if there was any future revenue coming to this. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for the question. So we are receiving that appropriation from the general fund currently, which is very much appreciated and is covering costs for the most part as far as we can see. I do not, into my crystal ball, see a fantastic future revenue stream for this, but we will adjust as time goes on.
Executive Director Gibbs.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Justin, do you recall if HB 21-1243, was that an annual appropriation or is that a 1 year? So I just can't remember.
1243 is just a 1 year appropriation.
Okay.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just want to thank you for the expenses and knowing how much we spent to date. I think is just very powerful to know that somewhere around 3.5 million. And I want to echo Commissioner, this one right here, comments about getting those projections moving forward and working with the teams. I think it'll be really essential. And I'm almost curious if, I don't want to add more time anywhere, but I really do feel strongly like a budget-specific conversation around those projections will be really incredibly helpful. Yes, thank you so much. And sorry, I couldn't remember your name.
Okay, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Justin, in the wildlife quadrant of GOCO funds and that Dan Zimmer works on the annual plan, there's typically part of that is allocated to the recovery of threatened and endangered species that we currently have. And I'm wondering if going forward, some of those GOCO dollars that go to threatened and endangered species recovery could be allocated to wolf recovery in the state.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. I think short answer, yes. I think it's a threatened and endangered species. Longer answer is, so GOCO is kind of fully prescribed. We have a certain amount that we're expecting each year, and that's budgeted across the various activities. So if we were to add wolf expected expenses to the GOCO investment plan, that might push something else off, but that's kind of budgeting for everything. And a slightly different concern, which is very technical, and I apologize, Madam Chair. If we write a grant that ties up the GOCO money, whereas with the other funding sources, I'm able to point expenses at the general fund first and then have it flow into things that aren't tied up. So just from a flexibility management, I'd be more reluctant to add GOCO instead of, say, the wildlife cash coming from lottery because of the flexibility.
Good question. Thank you, Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Justin. And just real quick, do you know how much we've spent in 21-22 on depredation costs?
I don't. That might be a question for Luke. It's in the thousands. It's not in the tens or hundreds.
Thank you.
Okay. To keep us moving, we'll move to Item number 5, which hopefully we'll get some answers to some of the questions that were posed in December. So Reed and others will address those.
So thank you. Again, Reed DeWald, Assistant Director of Aquatic Terrestrial and Natural Resources, just for the record. Just to set expectations for this section, at the December 9th meeting, we answered as many of those questions as we could live, but there were some of those questions that we needed to go back and do our research and our work, and those are what we're going to talk about today. We had somebody take notes for us. Hopefully we captured all of those. If we didn't and there's still a lingering question that we don't cover today, please let us know. And then also, you asked a lot of questions, and we have a limited amount of time, so we may not get to all of them. We're going to try to. Eric will answer the majority of those, but then again, if we don't, we can definitely answer those at future meetings. And then if there's new questions that arise, which I'm sure there will be, don't be afraid to ask those. We'll have time now, hopefully, and then at the end of the day, there'll be additional time to ask questions. We'll try to answer those as much as we can today, but then if not, we'll answer those in Gunnison to the best of our ability. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric and Luke to start, but I think Eric has the majority of the time here.
Great. Thanks, Reed. Eric Odell, Species Conservation Program Manager. So yeah, many questions came across, and thank you for those. Those are all helpful for us to improve and clarify and make the plan a better product. And so I'll just go through those in no particular order. And again, if we don't address those now, we can address those at a later meeting, or if I miss them, please remind me of those questions too. From a formatting perspective, the comment was made to add a glossary. There are many terms in there that have become kind of common use for us as we've been through this plan for the last couple of years. That's being done. And so we've worked internally with staff, combed through the plan again, another for the 50th time, and assembled the list of words that we think would be beneficial to have a clear definition for, so meanings is clear. So wanted to state that that's being clear, and specifically with a couple of terms that came up in terms of asking what the difference was between adaptive management, impact-based management, and also restoration and reintroduction. So those kinds of terms are being addressed will be addressed in the revised plan that you'll see in April. Many other questions. We get the question both here through the media that we hear as well about the species. Are we reintroducing the right species? Is the Mexican wolf the right thing to consider here or not? And it's a bit long of a story, but to make it as clear and as concise as possible, the idea, fundamentally what we're talking about are different subspecies. We're not talking about the right species or the wrong species. So the naming system for species, it goes through all the way from the kingdom that separates plants and animals all the way down to the species level. Wolves are Canis lupus, and then the subspecies is the name. Coyotes are Canis latrans. They share the same genus but different species. And so the subspecies is that layer below that. Because what causes that speciation is isolation, both in space and time. And so wolves are wide-ranging animals, and they don't necessarily stay where they have been, and they don't have necessarily that same amount of time to become separate subspecies. The taxonomists have had a heyday with wolves and have classified up to 24 different subspecies through time. Now there's 5 separate subspecies that are recognized. The Fish and Wildlife Service fundamentally looks at it from 2 different perspectives. There's the Mexican wolf, Canis lupus baileyii, which is the listed subspecies in Arizona and New Mexico, and then Canis lupus, the species listing, which is the way wolves are listed throughout the rest of the lower 48. So with those, when it went from 24 to 5 different subspecies, Mexican wolves have always been separate. There's been lots of lumping and splitting along the way. It isn't as though it went from 24 to 5 in one swoop. Mexican wolves have always been different, have always been recognized as being a separate subspecies. The subspecies that was here historically in Colorado is no longer available, is extinct now, And the subspecies that was used to restore wolves in the northern Rocky States is Canis lupus occidentalis, likely the subspecies that we would use here. Many people, wolf experts, don't even think that the subspecies concept is really applicable to wolves at all. And so it's a real challenge. And so the idea that we're reintroducing the wrong species is absolutely not right. The idea that we're reintroducing the wrong subspecies is really not that different, because not that much of a difference, because the size differences of those animals was relatively minor. That said, Mexican wolves is a different entity. They've always been a different subspecies. They are not, Colorado is not the historical range for the species. Considering the reintroduction of Mexican wolves would not be possible without the cooperation and collaboration with the Fish and Wildlife Service. It would require the revision of their recovery plan, which was a 10-year process just in and of itself. And fundamentally as well, the 10J would not be applicable for Colorado for Mexican wolves. 10J is only applicable for historical range of a subspecies. And since Colorado is not historical range for Mexican wolves, it takes that out of consideration. So for a whole variety of reasons, it makes biological sense, it makes political sense, it makes social sense not to consider Mexican wolves for reintroduction to Colorado. So that's a really important point to add some clarity to. Some more questions and clarification about, we talk about where the reintroductions will happen when we made the statement about state and private lands. And again, the private lands is only strictly, to be clear, and I think I made the statement last time, is only on a voluntary basis and would require a whole evaluation of the context, the landscape context. We're not looking for 5 or 10 acre parcels amidst a whole subdivision. That's not at all what we're looking for. Looking for something that makes ecological sense in terms of where wolves could be released. Another aspect that we hear about is the numbers, the recovery goals that we talk about. And just as a reminder, to move from phase 1, which is where we currently are as a state endangered species, to downlist to state threatened, the recovery metric is 50 animals, minimum count of 50 animals for a period of 4 years. To downlist, or to delist, I'm sorry, from state threatened to non-game status is 150 animals for 2 years, or 200 animals with no time constraint on that. The recommendation has been made to conduct a population viability analysis, a PVA. And what that is, it's a model. It's a model that takes into consideration a whole bunch of demographic parameters that will then project the likelihood of the persistence of a population. So it takes into consideration survival, and it separates different age classes out as pups, as yearlings, as adult animals. So it takes into account many different things, and I'll simplify a little bit: survival, productivity, dispersal, mortality, all of these different kinds of demographic parameters that change and affect the trajectory or the way that a population is growing. So we could do that. A population viability analysis is a computer model that could take into consideration all of those different kind of parameters. There's many assumptions that a PVA takes, generally that a population is closed, that there is not incoming immigration into a population. And fundamentally, there are no data to use to parameterize that model with data that are specific to Colorado. I was involved with the population viability analysis for the Mexican wolves, and they have years and years of data to look at there. They also have genetic information. So they did a very intensive, expensive, and extensive and expensive effort to look at what kind of population levels would be required, fundamentally, to look at the self-sustainability of a population. And that's ultimately what our goal is to establish a self-sustaining population. So we could go through that effort, look through the literature, and get those parameters and make that model, run those models through the computer, and see what that looks like. We've done that briefly, and in our investigations of that, we discovered that Oregon has done exactly that. Oregon in 2015 did a PVA for wolves in Oregon. They did this at the time that they were considering downlisting wolves from their state list, which is a metric of, I think, 4 breeding pairs, so a much more modest metric than we're suggesting. They had 2 different models that they used. One that they called a baseline model, that they used using the data from the literature, looking at those same parameters. And then they had data that are specific to Oregon, because they've watched and monitored and researched that population through that time as wolves had colonized into Oregon. The survival rates for an animal, or for the population in Oregon were higher than the survival rates from the literature, and that's kind of to be expected in a colonizing population versus an established population. When the population's colonizing, there's lots of free resources and opportunity for that population to grow. The baseline model used the literature largely from Yellowstone, largely from other wolf populations in the Northern Rockies. Cut to the chase of it, they were evaluating the likelihood of the population either going extinct, which is a numerical threshold, or a conservation threshold when they have a minimum number of packs. They started their models at 85 animals. That was the population that they had at that point in time. And as they ran that with the baseline model, the more liberal model, the model that's got the lower demographic rates, they found very, very low rates of the very, very low probabilities of that population either going extinct, which is the worst case scenario, or not meeting their conservation thresholds. 0%, 1% of going extinct, and 5% of going below the conservation threshold. When they use the data from Oregon, they show a 0% chance that that population would either go extinct or not make that population threshold, not make the conservation threshold. So that's with a small starting population. They started the models at their populations of 85. With that information, we could go through the same effort. Our effort would essentially mimic exactly the baseline model that Oregon did. That's all that we have available to us is the peer-reviewed literature, which is what they had. The model itself that they used was a peer-reviewed model that was adapted from an effort in Scandinavia. So to me, what that tells me is that it gives me great confidence that the thresholds and metrics that we've established, 50 animals to downlist from state endangered to state threatened, and 150 animals for 2 years or 200 for no time constraint, will meet the definition of a self-sustaining population and is a population that will persist into the future. Wolves are, as I said earlier, a very adaptable, survivable species. They do well when they have the space and the tolerance. They will do well. And so, wanted to make the statement that the PVA idea has been done. We don't need to redo it. There's not an effort. There's not a need to redo that because we can cite to and refer back to the Oregon PVA and the results from that model and the efforts that they put together give us great confidence that our recovery goals are sensible and define what a self-sustaining population is. Importantly, this is not so that's self-sustaining. It's not the social threshold of what we think wolves could be. The carrying capacity of wolves in Colorado is much higher than 50 animals or 150 animals, clearly. Many people have looked at how many wolves could live in the state, and there's many different estimates. We do not, as I said earlier, we do not state a population objective or what we're trying to manage wolves to. That's a social decision that, and I don't suggest that this plan should do that at this point in time. This plan gets us to recovery, and at a future time, when the plan is revised later, the statute requires this plan to be revisited in time. Those kinds of decisions, those kinds of conversations can be made. You want to take a second?
Sure. Once again, for the record, Luke Hoffman, Colorado Parks and Wildlife Game Damage Manager. And one of you had the question on how much was spent on depredation compensation, Commissioner Phillips. I'd like to address that now. So in total, so far, Colorado Parks and Wildlife has spent $12,929.75 on depredation compensation specific for wolves in 4 claims total. Those involve 2 dogs, 1 calf, and 5 cows. We've also had 2 denied claims, which the commission has seen previously, and we have 2 pending claims. So wanted to address that. And for all the questions and comments, I just want everyone to know I've been making a list, and I plan to, provide that information to everyone on this commission before the next commission meeting in a memorandum statement. So you can review that, and then we can discuss those questions in detail later on too. So wanted to provide some information to you.
Thanks, Luke. A few more issues that I can address, if that's okay, Madam Chair. Another issue that was brought up at the December meeting and earlier than that as well, is the issue of climate change and how climate change could or should be considered when we model what wolf habitat is. Again, similar to the concept of subspecies, many wolf experts don't feel that climate change is an issue specific to wolves. It is a very important issue for many different recovery efforts. Wolves are a very adaptable species, living everywhere from the deserts of Mexico up to the Arctic of the Arctic. And so they can inhabit a whole suite of different types of habitat types. What may be impacted by climate change are their prey, and how climate change affects deer and elk is an issue not only for wolf conservation, but for many other aspects that of course we're all very concerned about. And so there is the potential that rain at the wrong time of the year, big winters can all cause different kinds of impacts to deer and elk populations and moose populations, ungulate populations. And so while that may be a concern for many different kind of conservation efforts, modeling that into a wolf habitat suitability map is really not necessarily appropriate or really all of that informative. Again, wolves are very, very, as an individual, as a species, very, very adaptable and will survive in many different habitats, provided they have the resources that they need, both in space and in prey. One of the other issues that came up, Commissioner May brought up, was the issue of euthanasia. That language came from our wildlife health lab, our veterinarian, and I talked with her about that, and I agree with her. It's an important thing. We feel it's an important thing for us to have in the plan in this situation where we really don't anticipate or want to use euthanasia, but to be able to have that tool available to us if there are just the types of injuries that are not recoverable. Broken hips, broken backs, massive head trauma, things like that we don't anticipate happening, but if they were to happen, want to protect that and be able to do that, to embark in euthanasia. Having a facility, if there are facilities that would be able to take and restore and bring back to health animals, not for release back into the wild, that's not something that we would have the idea of doing. Certainly we'd be willing to do that if that facility is able to do such a thing and to fund the costs that are associated with bringing animals back. It's not always a very successful kind of an effort, especially with a very territorial, very social species. Bringing a wild animal into captivity and maintaining it in captivity in perpetuity is a challenging thing to do. It can be an expensive thing to do, and because of the social nature of the animals, them being accepted into other bringing a wild animal into an established captive population is something that I don't have any experience with, but I anticipate that to be a challenge. So certainly open to that idea, but also want to maintain and protect the ability, if needed, to use euthanasia in the appropriate scenarios on a vet's assessment, something like that.
Eric, we'll just let Commissioner May respond to that.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, I appreciate that very much, and my concern lays with the fact that what level of degree and who is going to make the decision if there are wolves who are deemed to be too sick to be released, and maybe it's a short-term thing, or maybe were hurt, maybe had a paw hurt in release or catching. And my purpose in doing this and bringing this up is that we might reach out to some outside entities who would be willing to step up and assist with this and maybe accept the responsibility so that this was something that CPW did not have to engage in. And I understand all the complications that are involved with it, but my hope is that we have some outside groups that step up and are willing to help with this. So I appreciate and I totally understand the facts that you brought up. Thank you, Eric.
Great, thank you. I think that might exhaust my list of issues, unless you can remind me of issues I didn't touch on.
Okay, and if you can't answer them today, we'll put them on the list for the next one. So, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, one thing on the PVA, and this is just a suggestion, part of that analysis, if size encountered it, is the genetic variability of the population and whether it's getting an inbreeding depression. And I was just thinking going forward, we'll probably have limited immigration. We'll get some, I hope, but it will be limited. And so one thing I was wondering if you might consider is multiple sourcing of the animals at the beginning, so that we start with the widest possible genetic diversity. You know, I know that's a huge problem with Mexican wolves and red wolves, that they only had such a limited starter population. So we might look at multiple sourcing.
Yeah, excellent topic and point, Commissioner Tutchin, and something we would consider. You know, we don't want to take all the animals from one particular location for the reintroduction implementation side of things. And if in time we notice that there are genetic markers that are showing that there is a high level of inbreeding, you can do facilitated immigration, right? We can bring a few more animals down to spur that population. It's different from ferrets, different from Mexican wolves. The source stock for wolves is broad, right? There is a lot of genetic diversity out in the field naturally that we could rely on down the road if we, after establishment of a population, we notice some inbreeding effects, that we could bring those in, bring a few more individuals in to spur that on. Good comment.
Okay, and a couple other items for the parking lot, perhaps next time. We get a lot of questions about threats to domestic pets. If you could bring that back. I know the SAG did not reach resolution on that question. And then the other one is, and I'm sure you'll get to it, just because of the complications of the naturally migrating animals as it relates to the reintroduced animals, and help us understand, help the public understand how that management will occur, what the relationships are with our federal partners. Don't have to do it now, but just maybe if you could touch and underscore on those two in January or whenever it would make sense to put that on the list. Are there any others that we want to make sure that we flag? Doesn't have to be this moment, but just while these three guys are on the hot seat. Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you. I don't know really who this question's for, but I was just sort of trying to run the numbers around game damage claims and say, so it looks like 8 total claims, 4 awarded, 2 denied, 2 pending, and then there's a total amount, and just thinking about projecting that into the future, thinking about the number of wolves here now, that a proportion of claims, et cetera, and what that's going to look like year to year, you know, hypothetically.
For that. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for that comment, Commissioner Bailey. And yes, that's certainly on my mind as well, considering the relatively low wolf population that we have in the state, especially as it relates to the amount of compensation that we've paid in a small area statewide. And eventually wolves will be in a lot of places statewide. And that's why it's very important that we have a very secure and generous budget for compensation in the future. So I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Luke, I don't think you mentioned vet costs. Don't we also have expenses from depredation or injuries with vet costs?
Yes, we do, Commissioner Haskett. I don't have those numbers split off, or yeah, they're not split up from the total cost, but if you're interested in getting those numbers, I can send you those numbers as well if you're interested.
Okay, they weren't in the numbers you presented, were they?
Yes, that's a total compensation amount that CPW has provided compensation for, and that includes both injury, vet bills, and deceased animals.
Okay, all right. And for future, I'm not sure who this would be. I would like the cost of what it's going to cost per wolf to bring them here. I think that's going to be a tremendous cost, so I'd like to know what that is in the future. Thank you.
Okay, and I, probably stating the obvious, you'll continue to help us understand the 10J sequencing, and it's a little bit to my last comment as well. So keep bringing that back. Obviously, we don't know exactly the timing, but for us to understand what that means relative to everything we're discussing, it's a pretty complex and complicated component of this. And for us and for members of the public to understand how that will work, you probably can't describe it enough to us. Go ahead, Reed.
And thank you for that. Very important comment. At the end of the meeting today, I'm happy to give an update on that. I think it's important to keep that before, so happy to give that update later.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, we are at 10:15. Perfect. So we are going to be in recess for a quick break, and we will be back at 10:30. Thanks. Okay, if we can have everyone return to their seats, please. Okay, we are back in session. This is the January 19th, 2023 Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We are spending our day on the wolf restoration plan. And somebody asked me a minute ago, when was the last time we were in Colorado Springs? And it was in 2014. So it's nice to be in the Springs. I'm going to turn it over to Reed in a moment to introduce our SAG members who are here. I think I'm joined, Brady can nod, by the balance of the commission in thanking the members of the Stakeholder Advisory Group. This, again, was a volunteer group that was selected to try to represent sort of the state. These were not necessarily scientific experts. There were some affiliations, obviously, with folks that have experience, just like on this commission. But they've spent the better part of year and a half on this activity, and we have 5 of them with us today. And similar to the commission, the SAG as a body has made recommendations to this body, and we individually have our own individual opinions about certain things, and it is important that we distinguish the two. So just want to be grateful to the SAG for its collective recommendations, and we recognize that not every member of the SAG agreed on every single item, and I think it's true that this commission read the recommendations in full, and we understand where there were some of those areas where you either couldn't come to a consensus or there were differences of opinion, and I think those nuances were important, and they were ones that this body recognized. So with that, I'd turn it over to Reed to make the introductions, and again, just thank this group for the work it did along with the technical working group.
Thank you, Chair Hauser, and just a brief introduction to what we're doing here. When we looked at the meetings, it was just important for all of you to have that time with the Stakeholder Advisory Group, and that's what this is they're going to come up and represent the Stakeholder Advisory Group. You'll see different members throughout the meetings based on locations, and some of the local members weren't able to attend because of other commitments or stuff, and some of these folks that are coming up have driven a long ways, and it just shows you that continued commitment to this process. They're all volunteer. I think we brought them to 15 different meetings, and I was asked the other day what made this group so successful, and really what I think made them so successful is they really viewed each other as people and not as a position, and they really got to know each other as people, and I think you'll hear that from these members today, is that the process was good, they enjoyed it, and at the end of the process, they really had a lot of kind things to say about each other as people and how they really came together around the table. And if that would be one recommendation I'd have for the rest of the entirety of this process is that really that emphasis on coming to compromise and meeting in the middle, and I think you'll see that in the Stakeholder Advisory Group members. So I think they're all going to talk to you individually, but then you also can interact with them and ask them questions about the process as well. So I would invite anybody who's in the audience who was a stakeholder member that would like to come up now, and I'll leave the table and I'll just turn it over to them. So go ahead and come on up.
I'm not sure who's up and in what order you want to go in, but I just would thank you for being here today. So I'll turn it to you, and if you just reintroduce yourselves when you address the commission, just so that we know who you are, that would be great. Tom, am I looking at you as taking the lead?
Well, I'll
Okay,
take the lead,
go
I
ahead.
guess, but what I would suggest, we can start from Darlene's perspective, just go across the table. We'll share our perspective as being members of the SAG committee, and hopefully you guys can interject or ask questions along the way or wait till later.
I don't need to start.
she doesn't want to start.
Sorry,
Okay.
Darlene, you're now on the hot seat. Go ahead. You picked the chair on the end. Go ahead.
With just the introduction or just speaking to you?
Yeah, please introduce yourself again. Just can't repeat that enough for folks that are dialing in as well.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Darlene Kabobel. Okay?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I have something a little prepared because it helps me out a little bit. So I want to say good morning, commissioners. I want to thank you for this opportunity to meet everyone and to say that this process has been a once-in-a-lifetime experience for me. I want to compliment you on your staff. I feel they did a commendable job gathering the information to put this plan together for your review. I have listened and learned, and I feel even more passionate about helping to make this historic event successful. As a brief history about myself, I am the president and CEO of Colorado Wolf and Wildlife Center. February 25th of this year marks 30 years that I have lived with wolves. My center has taught countless people of all ages and backgrounds about wolves, their importance, and how bringing this iconic species back to the landscape will benefit Colorado. I remember rescuing my first wolf dog in 1993 at a local animal shelter. She was one of the most stunning and beautiful animals I had ever seen. I asked if I could adopt her, and the animal control officer told me that she was not up for adoption and was scheduled to be euthanized. I asked why, and the reason was because she was part wolf. Fortunately, I convinced the officer that I would be a good owner, and he surrendered her to me. Her name was Chinook, and she was my inspiration for wanting to be a voice for wolves. It has been a long journey thus far, and I still fight the fight to dispel the myths of the big bad wolf and to help ensure that wolves are protected and respected. I felt honored to have been accepted as a SAG member so that I could hopefully bring to the table my experiences and viewpoints that could be a part of this plan with others. We've made it through 18 months of meetings that were interesting, challenging, and emotional. On the last meeting in August, I walked away feeling satisfied that we have all came together on both sides and helped to formulate a plan. However, after reviewing the current draft, I do have some concerns. As a proponent and being involved with the creation of the citizen-led ballot initiative as it was being written, I can say that it was clear and intentional that the wolf was defined as a non-game species. Non-game means that they are not to be hunted or trapped for commercial or recreational purposes. That is what the people voted for. When I served as a SAG member, on the last draft deliberative, the Keystone Report clearly states that the SAG does not have consensus on whether to allow regulated hunting. The SAG did not seek a formal vote, nor did we have a consensus on this topic. We also agreed by consensus that a decision on regulated public hunting of wolves should not be made in the restoration and management plan to be finalized in 2023. Phase 4 needs to be removed from this plan as it does not align with what the SAG recommended. I want to thank you for listening, and I hope you will truly consider these important issues. I do hope that you will think about this great opportunity that is in front of you as decision makers, and that Colorado, as a role model state, and leads the way for a future for conservation and preservation of this amazing creature, Canis lupus. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Just looking at our OIT team, I'm hearing a little scratchiness on that mic. Are you hearing that as well? Okay, just lean a little closer. We heard you, Darlene. I just want to make sure that for the members of the public, and Tom, if you'll just pull that over to you, that'd be great.
I'm Tom Corliss. I'm a former Commissioner of Agriculture. I'm a retired rancher, cattle rancher in northwestern Colorado. I think I bring an interesting perspective to this group because I have lived side about what ranchers have to do to survive in their business. I've also had the opportunity to serve the state of Colorado as Commissioner of Agriculture to understand the need, and more importantly, maybe your obligation as commissioners to come up with a solution that is working for everybody in this state. We ranched in Moffett, Rio Blanco, and Garfield County. I sold the ranch about 4 years ago. Having said that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to let me share my thoughts and my experience, how I felt about the experience of serving on the SAG. I would like to recognize specifically the CPW for the quality of the program they did, the integrity they preserved and presented here, and their efforts to come up with a solution that would be serve the majority of the people in the state of Colorado. Now, the SAG participants were a diverse group as expressed by Darlene and possibly myself on the two sides of this coin. But I can say one thing is when we worked through those 15 meetings, no one really got what they wanted. I think we all got kind of something we could live with. So it was dealt with a lot of compromise and trying to understand the other perspective and accepting the initiative that was passed with only 1% of the population. I'm going to limit my conversations to, I think, some of the issues that you guys have been wrestling with, and I think the presentation that CPW did to you today highlighting the program was very well done, and I think it's an accurate display of what we recommended they do. The compensation program, when it comes to the multiple compensation, is not intended to pay ranchers for more losses that they have occurred, but to recognize because of the circumstances and where the livestock are and where the wolves would be, it's very difficult to find every animal that would be killed in the state. We took into consideration research done by Wyoming and saying, we have shown through research that if you find one animal in certain conditions, there are probably 7 of them that were killed as well. You just couldn't view them. And so that's why we recommend the multiple effect in compensation. It's a simplified version. It addresses the fact if you don't have historical numbers, it addresses the consequence of what would happen when you're living with wolves and not having to accept that burden, which is provided in the initiative to allow ranchers to be whole in the event they are harmed. The second one is a more complicated one. It is one that has really been copied from or emulated from the USDA FSA program. It's a way of trying to determine a farmer's or rancher's loss in an adverse condition. And it has statistically been proven it's in excess of 90% accurate that this methodology works in determining what the damage would be. Clearly, it never will be absolutely 100% accurate, but I think it really does recognize 2 fundamental parts. Those that are familiar with and that wolves don't just go out there and maybe attack and kill one animal, they may chase a bunch of animals and they may disperse them and they may be make them nervous. I can tell you as a rancher that my experience with predators and livestock do not want to go where predators are, and they will stay away from, they will stress over, they will have an adverse impact on themselves to avoid being killed by a wolf, which shows some species conservation instincts. Having said that, let me go to another one when it comes to the multiple. If you can picture the mountains of Colorado, the western slope specifically, and you consider the topography and the density of the shrubbery, and those who have hunted probably experienced a place where you've shot your big game and you know exactly where it is. You leave your site, you go across the valley to where you know deer or elk are having troubles finding it. Now think of that. You know where you shot it, where it's dead. Now you're asking a rancher to accept the fact that if you may be on a permit with all that shrubbery and topography, and you want him to go out there and find it, but he doesn't even know where the animal is. And if you're asking him to walk through all that shrubbery to find a potential, it's very difficult to do. I'd like to say one other thing. We were, and we accept as a SAG, that there are stopgaps to avoid abuse. We were talking about Chairman May. Ranchers, I don't believe, will be completely compensated for the living of the wolf. I think that would be an ideal situation, but I think it's almost impossible. I do believe that ranchers really would like to do their business, take care of their business. They accept now that they have the obligation to live with wolves. I think it would be very short-sighted to cheat them of what their consequences would be, deprive them of being reimbursed for their consequences, because I think you put the whole program at risk. we as a society have made compensation even to ourselves, and we deal with the bad guys. We try to control that for the betterment of the whole. And I think to ignore that when we're dealing with wolves would be very short-sighted and would put the whole program at risk. Let me go to the question of take. It was interesting, before I even chose to sit on the SAG or was selected to sit on the SAG, I listened to a presentation that the Division of Wildlife put on last year, and they had a videotape. And I remember our friends from the north, there were advocates of the wolf reintroduction there that were advocates for take. And it was an interesting perspective, even though it was not something that I would understand at the time. But what she said was that you need to have the opportunity to take, because if you don't do that, you put at risk the whole program. You put at risk and deprive the livelihood of the species. So sometimes you're better off to address a problem that you haven't been able to remedy in any other capacity, and you decide the best solution to that is to take it to preserve the well-being of the program. Again, let me say that Colorado enjoys a lot of the values of wildlife, and because of the abundance of, we've had the opportunity to deal with a lot of other animal endangered species and everything else that we're trying to do when it comes to the prowl jumping mouse, when it comes to the sage grouse, when it comes to all those other things. This CPW funding opportunity allows us the opportunity to enjoy a broad scope of wildlife that we really truly admire. And to minimize that benefit for the benefit of one species would be short-sighted. And I'll leave it with that. I'll pass it on to my colleague, Lenny Klingelsmith.
Second, Lenny, we're going to make sure those mics are working. And not to cut you off, just from the trend, but I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for the commission to address you and ask some questions. So thanks, Lenny.
All right. My name is Lenny Klingelsmith. I'm a livestock producer in Northwest Colorado, cattle ranch. We also manage Rancher for Wildlife, big game hunting operations. So that's basically background. I'll keep this short. I guess I'd like to commend the staff for putting this process together. I was a little skeptical at the beginning, but I was very pleasantly surprised at how many different people of different opinions and different initial outlooks came together in the end, realized we had a lot more in common in many areas, so we had a good relationships. I guess to get to the nuts and bolts of it, I tried to approach this process, and I think most everybody on the committee did the same. We looked at what we needed to put in a plan to implement the proposition, basically. So I'm hopeful that you see these tools as a way to establish a self-sustaining wolf population, but at the same time preserve the ungulate populations of Colorado that provide the revenue. I know, the wild ungulates provide the majority of the revenue for this agency, and domestic ungulates, along with the wild ungulates, provide a huge economic resource for the rural communities of Colorado. And so the goal was to approach this as a species management plan, not an individual animal management plan from any aspect. And I feel like these tools represent that. And the concept behind everything, from the management tools for wolves to the compensation, it's all designed to maintain the operational value of the agency, I guess, maintain trust between the rural residents and the agency, because there are many other species that require management and require the funding of this agency and require cooperation with private landowners. And I believe most things in here will protect that relationship so that, you know, management, education can continue across all landscapes. I guess I'd like to stress that also. We didn't ever do a formal vote, but I feel like there was pretty good consensus that management should be consistent across private and public lands, in fairness for not only livestock producers, but in fairness to the wildlife. They should, you know, the private lands are an integral part of all the wildlife species as well as the public lands. So it made more sense to manage consistently across all landscapes. Let me wrap this up since we've got more. I think that pretty much sums it up. Rather than get into the details, I thought Tom had a good point that nobody got exactly what they wanted, but I feel like it was a pretty reasonable compromise. And I guess I would make myself available for questions anytime outside of the meetings for any of you that would like to either have, you know, just a phone call or had the time to visit Northwest Colorado. You're more than welcome to come up. Thank you.
Thanks, Lenny. Jenny, are you up?
For the record, Jenny Burby, I despise microphones, but I'll do my best. Personally, my name's Jenny Burby. My family and I own and operate a small outfitting business in southwestern Colorado, and we raise horses, and we have raised cattle, and we have, for lack of a better way to put it, dirt farmed. On the whole, most of our income and our security comes from the services that we provide hunters in the fall. Up until this fall, which was our 30th season, my youngest child was going to take over our business. With all of the pressures on our business, she has gained a little maturity and let us know that that is not where she wants, not where she doesn't want to not go there, but she recognizes that she may not want to have to deal with some of the stresses and challenges that are coming her way if she were to follow in our footsteps. Professionally, I am the Colorado Outfitters Association sitting president, and I've talked to a number of you throughout this whole process, and others. But the stakeholder process was, I was surprised when I went to the first meeting. I was pleasantly surprised at the makeup of the group. These are people that genuinely care about what they do. They came to the table wanting to find the best solutions to real and perceived problems. It was strange from my personal point of view and professional because it sounds so selfish to state, but I felt like I had so much more at stake than others. 114 did not talk about helping me out if my business goes under. It didn't talk about the fact that my family relies on wild harvested protein to eat. My freezer's full with elk and deer and turkey and whatever else is necessary throughout the year. And if those avenues are not available, we're going to have some challenges. And it's going to be a big life change. And that is something that we touched on many times, but it's not necessarily the reflective. At the end of the day, I've had tons of thought about this. I've spent a lot of time, notes and notes and notes and notes. At the end of the day, I can honestly expect that I give my full support to the plan. I absolutely give my full support to making and helping the livestock producers remain as whole as possible when and where there would be depredations and having that compensation. I kind of slide back to, sorry, Mr. Gibbs, But in October of '21, when you announced at the meeting that what we had to say was not going to necessarily matter, at this point in time, I take that incredibly personally, because the only thing that I do not see strongly reflected in this plan are hundreds of small businesses that are primarily public lands operators, because we don't have, with the recreational pressures, we don't have the latitude to change up our services or our locations or the timing in which we provide those services. And not that it's anything wrong with the Wolf, they're just doing what they need to do to survive, but we will be the ones that get pushed out of those areas, or out of the ability to provide the services that are the only things we are licensed and permitted to do in that spot at that time for those services. And when that doesn't get picked up, I recognize it was not in 114, but when we're not really addressing the game issues and wildlife issues, and therefore the funding issues for this agency, and the small businesses that will suffer, that hurts. That's the negative. On the positive side, the rest is really good. You have a phenomenal staff. They work incredibly hard. And those of us that have volunteered to work on this support it and want it to work. We want to find the best solutions. We came to that table. There's just some that, frankly, I'm hoping that this commission will look a little broader than what just the law states, and that there will be other processes and other problems that might need to be addressed.
Try not to spill that. I'm going to move this so I'm not creaking my neck. Hi, I'm Renee Deal, sheep rancher and outfitter, also a public lands outfitter on the Western Slope, member of the SAG, and thank you everyone for this opportunity, and I really appreciate the opportunity to serve on the SAG. I've talked to you guys before, and I think I've said this before, but I found it as an opportunity to find solutions to something that I think could be a really big problem. And has been a real big concern in Western Colorado because of the proposition that passed very narrowly. And I think it's interesting because I'm looking at the makeup of who is here from the SAG, and the people that are here from the SAG are people that really have a lot of skin in the game, I guess you could say. But this is not representative of the entire SAG. The SAG was made up of a large amount of wildlife advocates. We had other hunting and sports persons. We had county commissioners on the SAG. So I know you guys know that because you've read our bios, hopefully. But I just want to make sure that that's clear, that we've got a cattle rancher, a sheep rancher, a previous rancher, an outfitter, and a wolf advocate. This is not how it was weighted on the SAG, contrary to what a lot of things have been said. But I just want to say that it's been a very cathartic experience for me. I really appreciate it. And it's kind of helped me process this, because as a person who has sheep, they're very vulnerable. And from talking to other producers in other states, I've talked to producers in Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. I've been to Montana personally and talked to people. They're like, yeah, our sheep ranchers are kind of switching over to cattle or going out of business completely. And it's a scary prospect for a sheep rancher, because we don't just lose 1 or 2 sheep at a time, we lose hundreds. So anyway, I have a lot of skin in the game, but I support this plan. I feel like the SAG process was really good. That first meeting that I walked into, I was scared to death. I was like, wow, this is gonna be really contentious, really emotional, really hard. It was really emotional, it was really hard, but it wasn't contentious, I don't think. We had moments, but for the most part, it was really productive. And I wanna also state what everybody has said. The staff has done a phenomenal job. I really appreciate all of the support and the fact that they I felt remained very unbiased throughout the process, and I really appreciated that. Couple things I wanted to say. So one thing, and they've said it also, none of us walked away from this completely satisfied with what we came up with what we gained consensus on. But I think that speaks to the fact that it was a true compromise. If some of us were skipping around, walking out of that would be concerning to me. Like, that didn't seem like a compromise if we were real super happy with it. But I believe we came up with a workable solution, a solution that can work for the people in the state of Colorado. I think I want to kind of mention Bob Chastain wasn't able to be here. He's the president of the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, and he was on the SAG. He said something that really touched me and really made me hope that people in Colorado could hear this. He said, and this isn't a exact quote, but he said that the people in Colorado, citizens of Colorado, need to remember and recognize that there are real people on the ground whose lives are affected in a very real way by what we do here and what we come up with here. And I think that's really important to remember. There's a lot of emotions on both sides, but we really need to take care of the people that are going to be directly impacted by this. And so that's what we tried to do with this plan. Again, if you have specific questions, I put a lot of time and effort into the compensation piece, a lot of research. I have some answers for Commissioner Bailey's question. I can do that now or later or offline or whatever. But I do have scientific research that backs up how those decreased weaning weights and conception rates, how those impact the bottom line and like what kind of percent decrease in productivity that kind of results in. So I can share that with you offline or in a memo or something too. So anyway, I guess I'll leave it at that so that you guys have time to answer or ask some questions. But thanks again, everyone, for the opportunity.
Thank you to each of you, and as a group, obviously, we're so grateful to the work of the SAG and just value your time and your travel and your additional comments today. We do have considerable public comment. I want to be sensitive to our agenda because others have joined us as well, and I suspect there's probably at least a few comments and questions of this group while we have you. If you stick around for the balance of the day, we have some more time at the end of the day for some questions and commissioner comments. But I do want to at least open it up for a few minutes while you're here and just following your comments. Anyone? Commissioners? Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one thing I want to take away from this and everybody else think about is the commitment that this group of people made voluntarily, not to help themselves personally, but help the citizens of the state of Colorado. What I appreciate so much about the SAG and the TWIG is there are people on that from every walk of life. And I think they mirror what this commission is. This commission is made up of people from every walk of life. We bring a diverse set of experiences, life experiences, views, and goals, and we bring them into one place and we come together. And I think that's what the SAG has done, and I want them to know how much I appreciate it because what they did was not easy.
Commissioner Blecka and then Commissioner Adams.
I just wanted to say publicly thank you to the SAG and the TWIG members, all the hard work that you guys put in, all the information, all the data. That's really been obviously beneficial to us, but to me personally, that is something that I was never going to be able to access on my own. So you guys putting in your time as a volunteer to do the legwork, I'm very grateful for it. And I know it wasn't easy, and there was a lot of maybe some FaceTime that you weren't expecting, but thank you for sticking with it to the end. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Thank you. I echo Commissioner Blecka's comments and others, and especially the lift up to the outfitters and small businesses. I am now looking back at and recognizing that there isn't enough there in the current plan specific to outfitters in particular, and just that type of compensation for that particular role, which I think is as important as the agricultural component. So thank you for that, raising that up, and I'm hopeful that staff heard you as far as being able in the next iterations, and perhaps even as one of our questions of just is there a compensation consideration or considerations around that? I'm also curious about any collaborations with the Office of Small Business for Colorado, and if there's anything that they can do to mitigate and offset and supplement anything that Colorado Parks and Wildlife can offer. So thank you so much for lifting that up.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been said multiple times, but thank you. You gave a lot of time to this process, and we appreciate it. I have one question, I think primarily to Darlene, but also to all of you, which is if you were sitting where I'm sitting, would you vote for this plan? And I'm particularly interested in your views, Darlene, because it sounded like you were one of the architects of the initiative. And what I want to know is, it won at the ballot box. Do you think we've done our job in honoring the will of the people with this plan?
I think that we've put a lot of work into this, and I do see how both sides, that we do have different ways of thinking. I still think that there are things in this draft plan that, as I had mentioned, that I feel that needs to be revised. And I think for the most part, I think we can live with most everything that we worked with and put together. But I do feel that, as far as with the return of the wolf and some of the issues that we're talking about, I feel that we need to look at the wolf as being not so negative on everything that we talk about, that it is a positive thing, and I would really like to, I guess, hear more about that as well. So an answer to your question with a little revision, then I would.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to say thank you to all of you again. 18 months of your time to go and do this and to work this out for us is a lot to ask. But one of my biggest takeaways is that all of you kind of said that you worked together, you came up with compromises. Nobody got what they wanted exactly, but you came up with a good plan that should work for all of us, and it wasn't easy, and thank you.
Okay, sorry, I am going to call on our Ag Commissioner. She was not able to be with us yesterday and is with us, just to say whatever she'd like to as well. So, Kate.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to reiterate what's been said, it's clear the heart and time and commitment you've put in to making this plan what it is today. And we at CDA, at Department of Ag, and I think this commission and CPW know very well the sacrifices you've had to put in to make that effort, not just the time and travel, but I think the emotional effort that likely you all put in to showing up the way you did with the SAG, with the TWIG as well. So I just want to acknowledge that not just the outcome, but the process that you all committed to, I think is a guidepost for a lot of us in how we tackle really tough questions, and the fact that producers, small business owners, advocates, that you all showed up and put your emotional effort as well as your intellect and your commitment to the table to help all of us here at this table. I commend you for that, and thank you for what you've put in.
Thank you, Kate. I might just close this one out by again saying thank you, and just the respect and the approach that you took today. We'll have an opportunity to visit with other SAG members as we sort of move around in the next month or two, and look forward to that. Sorry Bob couldn't be with us in his backyard today. And I think we've all been parts of these processes and certainly commissions and boards where there are meetings after the meeting. And there's sort of circumvention, and I would really encourage, and I think this commission would encourage us to heed what we heard today, that this was a set of compromises and a plan that came to us with all of your collective talents, experiences, perspectives, and that's what makes this a really rich and special opportunity and very historic for our state, I think. So to the extent that we can all continue to heed that and to model that, I think will continue to be important, both for members of the SAG and certainly for the members of this commission as well. So thank you very much. I do want to, in the event that there is a final word from Executive Director Gibbs before we release you and go to public comment, I just want to make sure he doesn't have anything he wants to add. There you go, hot mic.
Sure. Yeah, if you give me an opportunity, yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to, again, echo everyone's thoughts, and it was great to get to know you all during the process. I tried to attend as many of the meetings as possible, and it was really amazing to see kind of the synergy that exists. I wasn't able to attend the last meeting in Glenwood Springs, but, just think about, Lenny and I were catching up this morning a little bit, but kind of how, initially everyone kind of came like representing their own kind of hat of, I'm representing this or that, but really just as the meetings progress, really understanding where people come from and why they feel so strongly in a particular way, and just the consensus too. I mean, you all made the recommendations on so many key elements of this draft plan, and what I did say in one of the meetings, just for clarification, is that, it is the CPW commissioners that end up like voting and approving it. And this is strictly advisory, but the more you can come together with consensus, it makes all of you as commissioners and CPW staff, their job much easier when you can have folks that are wolf advocates and folks that have wolf concerns and, so very strong opinions every which way. But the more you can come together, it makes everyone's job much easier. So again, I just want to thank you all for your amazing service, and hopefully you continue to get together too, maybe as this progresses as well. But thank you again.
Same opportunity for Acting Director Dugan, if you would so wish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I came into this position as you were 2/3 of the way through your process, and I just want to tell you all, it was striking, the level of cooperation and collaboration coming into your meetings, and just seeing what an amazing work product you are all putting together. So I just want to thank you for everything that you have done and for the continued support that you give to us at CPW. Your input is invaluable, and we are very grateful for you. So thank you.
Okay, and I think maybe underscoring also that this is not a one-time, one and done, as Eric and Reed mentioned as well. We're going to learn a lot, and we're going to have an opportunity to come back and sort of heed the lessons, and this is adaptive. So it gives us an incredible place to start, and the consensus is really powerful. So thank you for bringing that to us. We recognize each of you are individuals as well, as are we, and we just appreciate what the body of the work that the SAG did, and we look forward to visiting with others of you as we go forth in the next couple of weeks. So thank you so much to you all. We'll see you a little bit later. We're going to move straight into a first round of public comment, which Katie is going to manage. So we'll get that transitioned. And Katie will talk a little bit about the protocols on this. Again, in the spirit of respect and decorum, we're going to listen to everyone. Everybody's viewpoints are valued by the commission. Just for sort of smoothness, Katie will bring up sort of whoever is on the bench sort of next on the list. So if you can sort of make your way forward, that would be great. And we do have an opportunity after lunch for another round. So if for some reason you're not called in this segment, we do have another opportunity later this afternoon. Okay. All right, Katie, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so we appreciate this opportunity to hear from all the members of the public who have come today. We did have opportunity if members the SAG that you've already heard from also wanted to sign up as individuals to share perspectives beyond the SAG, that they could do that as well. So I just wanted to mention that. If we move along in a good clip, should have time to hear from everyone who signed up to comment. We do have a time limit of 3 minutes. I have this colored timer, which will light up green light, and at 45 seconds will double beep and turn yellow, and then when your time is elapsed will turn red. I'm going to call up the person who's going to come into this seat and then the next two behind. So if you are on deck, so to say, if you could come sit in these seats in the front, that would be appreciated. That'll just help us move along as quick as possible, so you will know when you're on deck. And we do have our lunch scheduled at noon, so we'll stop at noon, but as the chair mentioned, we will continue on after that lunch break as well. So if I could have Darlene Kobelbell come up and have Ryan Cutts and Michelle Smith on deck in the front row chairs, please. Darlene, go ahead and come up here, please, and then we'll have the next ones there. Great.
Okay, here I am first again. All right, thank you, commissioners, for listening to what I have to say here. I'm here today, can you hear me now? Okay. I'm here today as an individual, a voter of Colorado, and a proponent of Proposition 114. I feel that the reintroduction should be a positive event in history after almost 80 years of being absent from its native land. The wolf is a symbol of freedom, loyalty, strength, and the spirit of nature. All of the mammals on Earth, 96% are livestock and humans, and only 4% are wild mammals. That is why we should conserve and protect what we have left. I've reviewed the draft plan, and for the most part, with the exception of Phase 4, I feel that it's something that most of us can live with. However, there's a few things that I am concerned about. In the draft plan, under managing impacts, there is vague language, including the words like should and encourage when referring to conflict management and non-lethal tools. I believe that the Commission has fiscal responsibility to conserve the public's money, and that incentivizing non-lethal methods is more cost-effective than compensating bad practices. There is clear operational value in non-lethal techniques, and producers which are part of the solution deserve to be rewarded for their efforts. I would like to see programs set up where ranchers that may be affected must have conflict management practices as the first line of defense. There should be no lethal management until non-lethal methods have been tried. As the founder of one of the NGOs that the Commission is counting on to help fund wolf restoration, I can assure you that raising money to help producers implement non-lethal practices is a lot easier than the alternative. I don't know of anyone who supports my mission who would donate to lethal conflict management techniques. In 2022, I began fundraising to support wolf restoration in Colorado. Among other things, one of the programs that we developed in the fall was Wolf Wednesdays, Wolf Wednesday campaign, where tour proceeds were pledged to CPW for non-lethal management efforts. This type of outside-of-the-box thinking is going to be critical to the Commission if it hopes to have NGL support. We have wrote several checks to CPW as a result of this promotion, and we hope to be able to continue making meaningful contributions. I want to thank you again for listening, and I hope that you will truly consider revising some of these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Next, we'll have Ryan Cutts, followed by Michelle Smith, and then Kelly Murphy.
The public is watching and has trust in CPW that we are better than our neighboring states, especially those to the north. Can you imagine what the public and the kids who are following the wolves would think to see our wolves being killed? We voted to see them living free, thriving, and doing their job as a keystone species, not being killed for sport. What about the economics? How about the money that the wolves will do for our economy in Colorado? Tourism far exceeds hunting and fishing licenses. Per CPW's 2019 agency fact sheet, outdoor recreation brought $62 billion in revenue into the state, while in the 2021-22 fiscal year, licenses and passes, which does not only include hunting and fishing licenses, brought roughly $181 million in revenue to CPW. In Yellowstone, a 2017 survey showed that the number one reason people were coming to the park was to see wildlife, specifically wolves and grizzly bears. This translates to an estimated $35 million in revenue to the park itself and almost $382 million to the surrounding communities. While a total of around $417 million is much less than the amount of outdoor recreation brings into the state, it is more than twice the revenue that licenses and passes bring. Wolf tourism would benefit local hotels, restaurants, souvenir shops, art galleries, and would support more jobs for Colorado residents. The numbers are pretty clear. The presence of healthy, thriving wolf populations will benefit a state already known for a great wildlife and outdoor recreation far more than allowing them to be slaughtered against voters' wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Michelle Smith, followed by Kelly Murphy and Thomas Fisuk.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michelle. I am a Colorado native. I'm actually from Fountain, but I am moving to very rural Fremont County here in an area that is colored green on the wolf habitat map. So wolves will likely literally be living in my backyard within the decade. Like most Coloradans, though, I am in favor of wolf reintroduction. Almost 20 years ago, the Colorado Division of Wildlife actually published this really great and positive article on the return of wolves to Colorado. Of course, a lot has changed since then, but one statement in it really sticks with me, and that is that a single viewpoint on wolves no longer prevails, but by working together to reach consensus, Coloradans can come up with a plan for wolves in our state that we can all live with. I know a lot of work has gone into this draft plan, but right now I don't feel that it is quite in the middle of the road where we'd like it to be. I do think it has really great potential, and I think it does address a lot of the concerns for our livestock producers, but my concerns are with the suggestions that lethal control might be implemented first in some cases, and also that the recovery goals for downlisting are very small. Non-lethal coexistence methods should absolutely be used first as a reactive response to depredations. I do think that when they are reactive responses, they should be pretty aggressive, but lethal control should never be that first step. But my main concern is that downlisting criteria. The very tiny numbers for downlisting is reflective of pretty outdated science from the reintroduction into Yellowstone and Idaho in the mid-90s. So per the wording of Prop 114, the best scientific data available should be used to develop the plan, and data from the 1980s and 90s doesn't seem to be that best available science. We know that Colorado can sustain about 1,000 wolves. Downlisting them to non-game or off of the State Endangered Species Act after there's only 200 wolves in the state feels like it is kind of jumping the gun, especially with the mention of Phase 4. We don't want Colorado to follow the footsteps of Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, and so far it's been disappointing to see CPW looking to those three states for guidance in this process. I know that CPW has stressed that 200 is not a maximum number for wolves or a target population goal, but that's kind of the direction that it feels like it is going. I think it would be more appropriate for 200 wolves to be the target to downlist to threatened or to Phase 2, and then a higher number for downlisting to non-game. I'd also like to see that elimination of Phase 4 or the game status phase, as it does go against the wording of Prop 114, and it was not something that the SAG group had recommended on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Kelly Murphy, followed by Thomas Fisuk and Callie Hendrickson.
Hi there. My name is Kelly Murphy, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of everybody today. If this plan is to be based on the best available science, then there are areas that need to be revised or eliminated entirely. It is noted that the public's view of wolves and overall social tolerance was a main focus in curating this plan. So if that's true, then the language needs to be revised to better reflect that. The draft mentions the long-term study of 2016 suggesting that lethal control is not effective at increasing tolerance and may even increase illegal hunting of wolves. We know for a fact that blood does not buy goodwill. In fact, studies show that blood leads to more bloodshed. Yet Phase 4 is still written into consideration. It should be eliminated from the plan entirely. The SAG even recommended against including it, as has been reiterated time and time again today, and the educated public who voted to restore wolves did not do so to see them later reclassified as a game species. It's also been reiterated that our law states that gray wolf means non-game wildlife of the species Canis lupus. We know now, Canis lupus, irregardless, they will be here. They are the same species of wolf, so that applies. This proposed part of the plan does not align with the current law. A minimum population of 200 wolves is honestly insulting at best, when it's well known that Colorado can support and sustain many more than that. Discussing Phase 4 is counterproductive with tolerance and coexistence, but considering it as part of the management plan is even more counterproductive. Phase 4 is bound to amplify the divide amongst the public and hinder recovery in the long run. The same statute mentioned explicitly states that the reintroduction is taking place to restore a critical balance in nature. These wolves are not being reintroduced so that they can one day become somebody's trophy. How does proposing that foster tolerance? I suggest that this plan is revised to expand the discussion on the potential that wolves have here in Colorado. Recognize the science that supports the positive effects that wolves can have on ungulate distribution and disease, and address the economic, intrinsic, and ecological benefits of having wolves here in our state. The land and its inhabitants deserve to see the positive and lasting effects of this restoration on a much greater scale than the draft plan proposed, without concern of future human intervention that truly has no scientific merit. Thank you for taking public comment into consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Thomas Vistook, followed by Callie Hendrickson and David Hand.
My name's Thomas Vistook. I've lived in Colorado the last 32 years. I moved here to raise my family and take advantage of the outdoor opportunities. I am a hunter, but I do participate in many other activities. I'd like to say thank you to CPW and the working groups. I know it's been a daunting task to put this together. In reviewing the plan, I noticed there was not any entrance criteria. I think the plan needs to include minimal set of resources that have to be in place to assure a successful program before, as the one commissioner said, paws are on the ground. That includes those management tools. What happens if they're not approved, or some are not? The other one is regulatory and legislative updates. I think you need to get those secured now, because once there are paws on the ground, there's not going to be a lot of initiative on their part, sense of urgency to provide things for you. The last thing I thought this plan didn't address was budget issue. Glad to see there was some discussion here, but I think you very well know in the first 5 years what needs to be accomplished, and a budget profile could be built. Once you have that profile, CPW can look at their other revenue sources and figure identify what the impacts are. Public needs to be aware of these and what things may go away as wolves are introduced. Finally, I did try to look at this as a hunter. What is a positive outtake? The one area I thought it might help having wolves on the ground was to move some of the elk off private land during hunting season. But this plan even cited a reference. I guess there's data showing that is not the case. The situation is likely to be even worse. That, along with wolves consuming 1,000+ elk a year, there's going to be a reduction in the number of game tags available. So I'm just sad to say I don't think the outlook for big game hunting in this state is going to be that great in the future. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Callie Hendrickson, followed by David Hand and Kirk Tidland.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. My name is Callie Hendrickson. I'm the Executive Director for the White River and the Douglas Creek Conservation Districts in Meeker and Rangeley, Colorado, in the northwest corner of the state, where we will have the opportunity to live with wolves. We do represent the landowners who will be living with the consequences, And we are very strong believers in the wise use of all natural resources, and that includes wildlife. I really want to reiterate again the thanks to the Stakeholder Advisory Group, the Technical Work Group, and the staff from CPW. My goodness, the work that's been put into this is amazing. There are many, many topics in this plan that I would like to address, but today I'm going to stick to one. We'll do the rest of them through written comments. Like many in the room, I am not a wolf expert. I don't think, since we haven't had them here, we haven't had these experiences. But I will tell you, I want to talk about one that I do have experience with. This species only has one offspring a year, and they already double their numbers every 4 to 5 years. They don't have litters. They have one a year and double their numbers. They eat grass, not critters. So let's talk about the similarities between wild horses and wolves. Everyone has an opinion, very strong opinions in some cases, which actually guides the management. They have the science to back it up too. No matter which side that you look at, they have the science that backs it up. But they typically don't let the facts, the on-the-ground facts, get in the way. Therefore, the attention from the media and the legal challenges will significantly delay any management issues. True management issues will be delayed. I want to give you the reality of what's happened in Rio Blanco County only for the wild horses. BLM determined that there should be only 135 to 235 horses. Due to the emotional side of it, we have had nearly 1,700 head of horses the last several years. When you identify the number of wolves that you are going to be looking at managing before you get to management, understand you need to be realizing you're going to be between 7 and 10 times that number before you can actually do management. So I just really ask you to think about down the road, 5 to 10 years, you may not be sitting on this commission, but the landowners will be, and the wolves will be, and the budget is going to be needing to be 10 times what you think it's going to need to be. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we have David Hand, followed by Kirk Tidland and Erica Moore.
David Hand, Fountain, Colorado. I was going to say this plan is a good start, but it does not fulfill the requirements of Proposition 114. Wolves should not be removed off protected status at 150 or 200 wolves. The best available science shows that carrying capacity is far above that, and at least 750 wolves need to be on the ground before any delisting occurs. Plus, you already have brazen poachers on CPW's own Facebook page bragging about shooting them as soon as they arrive. They don't seem too worried about law enforcement, and protections need to stay in place. Also, coexistence with the ranchers on our public lands needs to be enforced, not just encouraged, especially since we, the taxpayers and donors, are paying for compensation for the wolf depredation payments. Preventive measures put in place, like they did in Oregon, has proved to be far most cost-effective and lowered livestock predations versus what Wyoming has done with their plan to just kill them and pay over market value. Coexistence with ranchers, I mean, it needs to be first. It needs to come first. And Proposition 114 also says that wolves are to be a non-game species and not hunted. That's what the citizens of Colorado voted for. And very few think wolves should be trophy hunted. Legally, no hunting or fishing revenue can be used for wolf reintroduction either. And a study from the University of Wisconsin showed that wolf trophy hunting only breeds more hatred for the species and increases poaching. All the other states that have had these wolf hunts have turned out to be disastrous for wolves and a huge black eye on all hunters too. Hunting does not need any more bad PR. Plus our state does not need the international backlash that the wolf trophy hunting states now receive from the rest of the world. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Kirk Tidlin, followed by Erica Moore and Andrew Spahn.
All right, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about this draft plan. I'd like to address a couple points about it, though. One, lethal management of wolves, and two, the delisting of wolves to non-game status and allowing them to be hunted for recreational purposes. With regards to the first point, should wolves be lethally managed if they depredate on livestock? To put that in simple terms, should wolves be killed if they attack and kill livestock? Now, initially, some people might say, yes, that makes sense. After all, it seems logical that if you get rid of the offender, the problem should get better. That is not actually what happens when you kill wolves. The problem tends to get worse. There have been several studies on this. One took place over a 25-year period in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. And these studies concluded that when you lethally manage kill wolves, depredation levels actually increase. The data shows for each wolf killed, the odds of depredation increased by 4% for sheep and up to 6% for cattle the following year. For each additional wolf killed, the numbers go up beyond that percentage. There's a reason for this. Wolf packs are a small family unit, and when you kill a wolf from the pack, especially an alpha, the pack tends to fracture every single time. Now, alphas are simply the mom and dad of the pack and are the only ones who breed. With removal of just one of them, it allows the younger wolves to breed, which in turn results in more wolves and smaller pack sizes. The smaller the pack, the more difficult it is for the wolves to hunt, which causes the new parents to be more tied to their denning sites. This means that sometimes they have to turn to an easier and non-natural prey source, such as cows and sheep, in order to take care of their puppies. In turn, they may then teach their puppies that cows and sheep are their food source, which simply compounds the problem. In fact, studies have shown that each new and young breeding pair produced by pack disruption increases depredation levels by as much to 8 to 9% the following year. This phenomenon of increased breeding is currently being seen in Yellowstone National Park as well, and leads to my second point about potential recreational hunting. 25 wolves from Yellowstone were killed during last year's hunting season alone, just outside park boundaries. This is largely due to the recreational hunting laws passed in Idaho and Montana in 2021. With the loss of just one alpha in 2 separate packs, 3 to 4 of the younger females were observed to be breeding. To quote Doug Smith, the senior wildlife biologist in the park who's been there since the bull's introduction, as a member of the technical working group as well, is broken apart the social structure. It has messed with their hierarchy and has actually produced more pups. By killing them, you stimulate reproduction. Again, this is not a result of lethal management, but one of recreational hunting. Since lethal management and recreational hunting have been clearly and scientifically shown to be counterproductive and actually make the problem worse, they should not be considered in Colorado and should be removed from the plan entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Erica Moore, followed by Andrew Spahn and Emily Caudill.
I want to thank the CPW staff for all the time that they have put into this draft plan, as well as you commissioners for being here today and listening to some of our public comments. In reading through the plan and listening to the presentation in December, I was surprised to see that there is less than 1 page discussing conflict prevention. I did attend quite a few of the SAG meetings and know that their consensus recommendation was quite a bit more detailed than what is currently in the draft plan. I believe that the conflict minimization section should be expanded to a comprehensive conflict minimization program. It can include things like what the available options are for conflict prevention tools, what NGOs and nonprofit organizations are available to help individuals with receiving or using those tools, as well as including input from states that have successful conflict minimization programs like Washington and Oregon. I do believe there should be more incentives placed on using conflict prevention techniques to help outweigh the costs of some of those conflict prevention techniques for the individuals that are using them. For example, currently in the state, if there is crop damage due to wildlife, the state will provide tools to prevent crop damage from happening. If that crop damage happens again, then they do not receive compensation for that crop damage if the tools were not properly used. This is something that could potentially be applied in the wolf restoration program as well. The conflict minimization program should also discuss who will be monitoring the use of these non-lethal tools and techniques. Monitoring their use is going to ensure that they are or is going to encourage the proper use of these tools and helped with the incentivizing of the use, as well as ensuring that CPW is not sending out resources and time that are being thrown to the wayside. As was mentioned earlier, I do think that conflict minimization is more cost-effective to CPW as a whole than compensation after the fact. As a resident who voted for Prop 114, I do want to see more of the plan focused on minimization techniques and less of having to deal with the after effects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Andrew Spahn, followed by Emily Caudill and Craig Watson.
Thank you. My name is Andy Spann. I am the Vice President of the Gunnison County Stock Growers Association. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Gunnison County Stock Growers Association. We are an incorporated nonprofit organization. We represent nearly all the active livestock producers in the Gunnison Valley. We advocate on behalf of our members, the cattle producers, and the ranch families of the Gunnison Valley. Our membership contributes millions in economic revenue to the local community, provides jobs, and sustains critical wildlife habitat values across our significant private land base. We will be submitting detailed technical comments before the February 22nd deadline for review by the Commission. Our association appreciates that the use of lethal control under specific circumstances has been incorporated into the plan. We also appreciate the input of the Stakeholder Advisory Group, the Technical Working Group, and the acknowledgement that in addition to market value losses, there will be other costs to the livestock producer that are harder to quantify, such as declines in breeding success due to stress. However, Gunnison County Stock Growers Association is concerned that in light of limiting staffing, funding, and resources of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the requirements outlined to successfully obtain compensation will be difficult, if not impossible, to comply with, and timely compensation is unlikely. We are concerned with the arbitrary cap associated with compensation. We have many animals that are valued way beyond this threshold. These will be very real economic losses for us and could cause ranchers to go out of business. We are also concerned that the species considered to be livestock for compensation is not all-inclusive and is missing several species that are vulnerable contributors to our agriculturally based economies. We want to stress the importance of accurate DNA testing on wolves released and retention of that information. This accurate DNA will become vital to tracking the impact of introduced wolves and their offspring. With regards to monitoring wildlife communities, especially federally listed species and species of concern, there is no specific language on how these species will be monitored. In the case of the Gunnison sage grouse, the draft plan is woefully inadequate as the entire southern area is identified by the plan as occupied habitat for this vulnerable species. While the plan states at this time that it is not anticipated that there will be impacts on certain species of concern, that this statement is unsupported in the document. The plan should include language identifying exactly how the CPW will identify and measure the effects of this vulnerable species. Finally, we want to express the importance of real-time data with regard to wolf locations being shared in real time with the livestock industry. This real-time data can use to be saved the CPW and livestock producers money by lowering the amount of mitigation resources needed and hopefully deprivation. The association appreciates the chance to speak today, and we are proud to represent the generations of ranchers who contribute millions of dollars to our local and state economies.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Emily Caudill, followed by Craig Watson, and then Craig Jackson.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Prop 114 has given us the opportunity to restore a vital keystone species here in our state. However, I believe revisions need to be made to the draft plan to ensure their long-term success as a stable breeding population in Colorado. Downlisting wolves as threatened when they hit 50 individuals is not ideal for the long-term success of the species and does not appropriately reflect the carrying capacity of the region. If the criteria is adjusted not only to a larger amount of individuals before delisting, but also to include a geographic component, we could solidify the possibility of distribution at a sustainable level. By considering a geographic component, we can look at where these wolves will be living and breeding and encourage genetic diversity by adding a spatial criteria. Several scientific studies have shown evidence that the Western Slope region can support approximately 1,000 wolves. This would include room for multiple packs to have an appropriate habitat, or approximately 750 wolves that would operate as the minimum number of wolves to create a self-sustaining population. When considering abundant prey source and geographic features that provide an ideal habitat, it's important to increase the cap size for downlisting when viewing the issue through a scientific lens. Another suggestion is to remove Phase 4 and discussions of recreational hunting from the plan entirely to prevent the legal killing of this crucial species. The wolves that have moved into the state have failed to be successful, likely due to poaching. Poaching is already happening and will be unavoidable in the future. We do not need to include the legal encouraged culling of the species when we already are struggling to prevent poaching of the wolves that have made their way into this state. It's counterproductive to the goal of allowing for a self-sustaining wolf population through reintroduction. Wolves are a native animal and belong here, serving as an important predator that's large enough to take down ungulates like elk. In 2011, CPW reported an estimated elk population of 264,170 individuals. By 2021, that number jumped to 308,901 individuals. As recently as November of last year, CPW called for sharpshooters to help cull overabundant elk populations in lethal management efforts. A healthy population of gray wolves can be a natural science-based solution to these issues, and it is my suggestion that all of these factors should be considered and applied to necessary changes in the draft plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Craig Watson, followed by Craig Jackson and Ryan Kemper.
How long do I have? 3 minutes? Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, CPW, citizens, SAG. Thank you much for allowing me to speak to you and listening to what I have to say. I was one of the founders of Wolfwood Refuge down by Durango almost 30 years ago. For this time, we've been working with animals, saving animals, and more importantly, and as importantly, educating people. 10 years ago, I didn't think I'd be sitting here speaking about this plan. I didn't think it was going to happen. I'm pleased that we're at this point, but I also have some concerns. A decade or so ago, I've had many debates and conversations with people that wanted to reintroduce the animals, the wolves, and many were proponents, many were skeptical. One gentleman made a comment to me that will always stick with me. He had a lifetime experience with wolves in Alaska, Canada, in the Northwest. And his statement to me was, the wolf that he knew and the state of Colorado he knew, he suggested that Colorado was not good enough for the wolf that he knew. I disagree. I think Colorado is. I think it shall be. I think he will set the standard and raise the bar. I have no doubt that the animals reintroduced will be prolific and successful. Their progeny will eclipse the 200 animal count rapidly. The wolves are so resilient. They will adapt and overcome, and which brings me to my concern. Prop 114, the people that voted for this, the people who want this, the people who worked so hard for these animals to be here, do not want these animals designated as game animals. I don't want these animals to be hunted. I'm an animal lover. I spent 25 years of my life saving these animals. So the words now that I speak are important. I know we're not at those decision points, those crossroads now, but it's important to capture these sentiments. The people that have fought so hard and worked so hard to bring these animals back, the resources, time, energy, and dollars to bring these animals back will be for nothing if at some point we're hunting them for trophies. All the biologists, all the science, all the data supports this too. I just wanted you to hear my voice and the rationale for it. So again, I applaud you for being at this point. Well done. Arduous task. Hats off to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Craig Jackson, followed by Ryan Kemper and Julia Archer.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Craig Jackson from Gunnison County. Sorry about that. I'd like to thank the commission here for listening to us, SAG, CPW, and everybody in the audience. I think it's important that we all weigh in on this. My greatest concerns are for those people that don't realize what agricultural production takes, especially in the winter months. We run our cattle down into the valleys. That's where they calve out. That's where the calves are grown. That's true with wintering range for livestock as well as it is wildlife. That's where they congregate. I think it becomes an easy target for these wolves. I think it makes us susceptible not only economically, but emotionally. We have attachment to these animals. We raise these animals by choice. These are generational decisions by our parents, ourselves, and our children to come. And financially moving forward, you go to the National Westerns this week, look at the livestock that's in that building. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of livestock. on one animal. These steers that we sold in the hotel go for $100,000. One of those animals is taken by a wolf. The $10,000 is not going to replace that steer or that heifer that has the potential to put calves on the ground. And it's my concern that CPW in the state of Colorado, we're going to lose out on this. It's going to be financial, it's going to be a deficit to our families, our communities, and not only speaking on the producers, but Gunnison Valley is a huge economic boost from hunting. And I'm afraid when that comes in, these wolf comes in, these out-of-state hunters are going to choose to go elsewhere, where they don't have the density of elk that we had in the years to come. We may not have that density in 10 to 15 years. We may not have the hunters. We may not have the economic drive that we have today. So with that being said, I just, lay it upon you guys to give us options that we can manage these wolves, and that, I want everybody to win on this. Like the SAG committee said, nobody's going to be a winner. We're all just going to be participants in the game. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ryan Kemper, followed by Julia Archer and Don Gittleson.
Hello, everyone. A big shout out to everyone from the SAG members to the commissioners that I'm looking at right here in front of me. Ryan Kemper. I'm just kind of here on my end to speak on behalf of the public. I come down from Salida, Colorado today as a very big proponent for Proposition 114. It's amazing to be in this room with all these educated people, and I'm learning a lot. So thank you to everyone behind me, in front of me. I'm hearing a lot today about cattle loss and compensation and things like that to that. One thing is I'm not hearing a lot of is the science, the data, the facts that come with where this cattle loss and this depredation is coming from, based on what facts and what knowledge and things like that. Going forward with Proposition 114 in this great state of Colorado, my biggest concern is, we're just going to say it, the wolf. I look at it as the wolf's caught between folklore and facts. And I think that's all around the great Rocky Mountain West. And what we need here is knowledge, and we need education for all generations, from the next generation to the past generation. We need coexistence, and we need some compromise to go on here. And again, going back to the education and the knowledge of it and the facts, I'm hoping that as we proceed in the next couple of years, that we have communities in these regions that are going to be affected. The entire state will be affected by this. And, I'm just going to say it. The wolf is definitely an animal in the crosshairs between people's personal opinions and political views that we have today. And with more education and more knowledge and spreading that out for everyone to have an opportunity to know the facts and know the science behind it, so that we can all make that we can all have good outcomes here, from wildlife viewers to ranchers to the positive things that can come from wolves. We haven't talked much about that. Where's the positivity that's coming, the benefits to the state, to the people that are going to come here to watch these animals like they do up in Yellowstone? And people come from all around the world to see these amazing animals, to hear them howl in the wild. And here we have that opportunity to have that here in Colorado. And I couldn't be excited more about it. Thanks for all.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Julia Archer, followed by Don Gittleson and Karen Gerbach. After Karen, we should be at our lunch break, so I think we'll take that opportunity to break for lunch and continue the public comment after that.
I'm just deeply moved and touched by the process I see here, and I'm grateful to be involved. I'm just touched. Our actions and my comments are on the attitudes and beliefs, spoken or unspoken, behind our decisions. Our actions can and should ensure that reintroduction to their home, our wolves that are native to Colorado, be successful for wolves, for people, and habitat. To do so, I think we all know that it's vital that we continue to change the subtle negative narrative that we've had in place about wolves. Historically, Native peoples successfully coexisted with wolves, but we European settlers believed coexistence was not possible for many reasons. The wolf has been feared and hated and persecuted as an adversary since the 1800s. It truly has been a war against wolves. But we know we're now in the 21st century, not the 1800s. We have won the war. Wolves are no longer a significant threat to our culture, to our society. In fact, the opposite is true. We're the existential threat to wolves. In today's world, we must, in fact, all of us, embrace a new role as guardians. This role of guardian or protector may be unfamiliar or uncomfortable to many of us at first. And I think that's something that's being shown and worked out as we all compromise together. But abundant and healthy coexistence is not just possible, it's necessary. And I want to follow up on the speaker before me. The data show, even from USDA data in 2015, that only a small fraction of livestock is lost to wolves. And currently, there's a building significant compensation program for animals that are taken. And that is good and right and should be so. But we do need to talk about the fact that predation from wolves is a very small percentage. From USDA 2015, it's 0.009 nationally. So let's use verified data from several sources to continue to work on these issues and to determine healthy population numbers. Let's always make lethal means a last resort rather than a first. And let's ensure that trophy hunting and recreational hunting under any circumstances are off the table for good. I hope this is indeed a historic shift in attitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Don Gittleson, followed by Karen Gerbach, and then our lunch break.
Thank you for having me. I have something here that I would like to give to you, and only because everybody asks me, how do you spell it? So I have a couple concerns. So one is, there is something that wolves can carry. It's called Neospora canine. It's not curable. It can get into the dog. It's carried by both canine and anything that'll eat grass. So in other words, even our livestock. If it gets into the livestock, it will be devastating for the people that have it. So that is one concern that I would like to have you test these animals that you bring in to try and make sure we don't have any, or not, at least if you have ones that are carriers, we know where they go. Another issue, 10J rule. That needs to be in place before the wolves hit the ground. And it will go through a process, and it will get accepted, and then you will have people that want to challenge it. And there'll be a time period that take for that challenge to get confirmed one way or the other. The wolves shouldn't hit the ground until that is over with. I have concerns about your minimum count. It's not the number. It's the how do you keep track of those wolves. I have wolves around me, and I know how difficult it is for CPW to keep track of those things. now that they're not collared. So you need to find different ways to count these wolves besides relying on their collars, because when they fail, you are in the dark. Another big thing is your chapter 8, the education. You have a problem there that needs to get addressed. You need to be more transparent. Your people on the ground need to be able to talk to the press. Okay? There are things that they don't need to share with the press, but there are things they need to share with the press. And you putting a gag order on them does not show very good transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Karen Gerbach and then our lunch break.
Good morning. Just a few comments right before lunch. I've heard various people say different things, but fear is a powerful weapon. Please, let's not weaponize fear against wolves. That's in the past. Let's move forward. From my reading and from spending quite a bit of time at Yellowstone, most wolves in Yellowstone only live about 6 years. Wolves don't live 10, 15, 20 years. It's a very short life. One person on this committee, I think it was you, sir, mentioned about the safety of wolves. If we need to continue to think about that, not only the safety of everybody or every other thing that's involved in this reintroduction. A question I just throw out is, how does CPW decide which wolf to kill when there's been a problem and that's determined as the solution? Because another gentleman before me mentioned that when you kill wolves, they only propagate more, and it increases their production of pups, and it's just the wrong process, the wrong answer. And I'm for no lethal management. That should be removed. And no game species. That would be completely wrong. From talking to ranchers that live outside of Yellowstone, they use an expression called shoot, shovel, and shut up, the 3 S's. That should not be tolerated, and there should be severe penalties for any poaching of wolves. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I think we'll turn it over to you, Chair, for directions from here.
Great, thank you. I think mostly just want to say thank you so far for the public comments. There may be some questions and comments later from members of the commission, so I'm assuming most or all of you are sticking around, but we'll do that equitably at the end. And we will break for lunch until 1 o'clock. Please be back promptly at 1. Okay, we are back in session. Thank you for your participation this morning. And we will move into, we're just after lunch for members of the public who are dialing in. We're on item number 10. We're going to continue with public comment. I'll turn it over to Katie in a moment. I just want to also say that we know a lot of you traveled significant distances and are away from your lives and your families and your businesses or whatever that might be. So just thank you for that. We recognize that that is a significant commitment, and we'll have a couple of other opportunities around the state for that to occur. And we will also have one meeting that is entirely online for those to make accessible for those who can't make a meeting. We will make sure that we can incorporate them as well. So I'll turn it back to Katie for the balance of our public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I could invite up Deborah Taylor, followed by Renee Deal and Justin Nolan.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for holding this event, too. A records request would easily show that anybody who believes that the SAG committee was weighted heavily towards wildlife advocates would show that on average of all the votes, one person voted regularly against any aggressive wolf management, while on average 3 other representatives of wildlife agencies, representatives, voted non-committed on most of the times, occasionally with some votes leaning towards the rancher, outfitter, and trapper votes. So that information should be publicly available. A zombie disaster is approaching and is heavily aggressively spreading across Colorado. Deer Association wrote recently that adult bucks have topped 50% stumbling around with chronic wasting disease. And about 35% of our elk herd have the same thing. Multiple scientific research has been published, including from some of Colorado's own park and wildlife people, have published stating that the apex predators seek diseased, injured, and dying animals first. Those are the preferred animals that they want to take. That removes immediately those sick animals from consuming limited grass and water resources. In 1967, chronic wasting disease started in Colorado, having to spread to over 30 states now. Montana has put down thousands of cattle that were sick with undefined animals, but my girlfriend, whose father is a rancher in Montana, said that those sick animals may have contracted a disease from elk. So I write this because I want to say that 13 wolf recovery area zones have been identified within Colorado, and they should be used. All or as many of those 13 identified areas as possible. Also, feedback that I get from many voters has emphasized that wolves should not be shot at or killed while crossing any public lands. Wolves fear people, coyotes do not. The wolves will scare away a lot of the potential coyote conflict that ranchers have experienced. Is that it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Renee Deal, followed by Justin Nolan and Michael Wenzel.
Thanks, Katie. Hello again. Thanks for letting me comment. I'm commenting now personally. I just had a few comments about the plan. First of all, I want to make sure that it's really clear. Tom kind of alluded to it in the plan about the compensation ratio. I want to make it clear that that is not intended to be a multiplier. It is not intended to pay a rancher more than his or her animal is worth. The purpose of that ratio was based on peer-reviewed scientific studies that showed the amount of missing animals that were associated with a depredation. And so that is an attempt to cover those animals that cannot be located. That's why we called it a ratio and not a multiplier. They do call it a multiplier in Wyoming. However, they treat it the same in Wyoming. That also has a cap. So you cannot claim, if it's a 5-to-1 ratio, you cannot claim more than 5 animals. But you also cannot claim 5 animals if you only have 3 animals that are missing. You can only claim up to the number of animals that are missing. So I wanted to clarify that. One thing I'm a little concerned about that didn't make it into the plan was a new proposed confirmation standard, and it is in the compensation report on page 7. The proposed new standard changed it from a preponderance of evidence to the investigator reasonably believes that is a result of wolves. And I'm a little concerned that we don't have any coverage for probable losses. And the reason we decided as a SAG not to include probable losses is that new standard covered probable losses. But we did have discussions as a SAG as probable losses should be covered. If they can't be 100% confirmed, they should still be covered if the investigator reasonably believes it's due to wolves. So I had some concerns about that. Again, the compensation report on page 7. Also, thanks for bringing up your concerns about getting the permit, because I have the same concerns. For a producer to get a permit to take a depredating animal, I just want to make sure that that's a streamlined process. It's simple, and it doesn't have a lot of requirements, because in order for me to see a wolf actually attacking my livestock and being able to take care of the problem, if I have to have a permit, I need to be able to get that permit first, right? So there's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation going on there. So I just want that to be a streamlined process. But anyway, I think that covers it. Otherwise, to answer Commissioner Touchton's question, I support the plan and I would vote for the plan at this point. Even if you don't take these into consideration, I do want you to think about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Justin Nolan, followed by Michael Wenzel and Lindsay Harris.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for the immense work that has gone into this draft. My name is Justin Nolan. I am the owner of Minturn Anglers, and I am a hunter and angler here in Colorado. I'm here today to support the wolf draft management plan and ask that it is voted on and not delayed. Scrapping or gutting the current plan would only further the sentiment that this plan is meant to serve one side and push the wolf advocacy agenda. While Proposition 114 did pass by the slimmest of margins, we cannot forget that there are 1.5 million residents, who I will add are educated, who voted no on this issue. I do not believe those voters should lose their input or have their voice disregarded when it comes to creating a sensible plan that works for all. I was initially skeptical of this process, but following the efforts of the SAG, I am confident in saying the current plan represents a compromise that can be accepted by all Coloradans. I fully support lethal measures being granted to CPW and would like to stress it is imperative they remain in the plan. In addition, I would also ask that consideration be given to the budget, as no real accountable budget has been presented to the Commission. In the coming weeks, I'm sure the advocacy groups will assert the usual talking points to discredit the expertise and hard work of CPW and our partner agencies who have provided real-life boots-on-the-ground data. They will say that we need additional science. They will say we need peer-reviewed science to formulate a better plan. In other words, what the advocacy groups mean is they will only accept the science that supports their claims, or we should only consider their peers, who put the wolf on a pedestal, free of any objective management. Again, I would like the Commission to move forward with a vote this May that includes lethal measures as well as a detailed and transparent budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Michael Wenzel, followed by Lindsay Laris and Curtis Russell.
Thank you.
So the draft wolf plan cites a number of studies. I want to ask this commission to consider studies that was been created by the Snow Leopard Trust, who have been working with livestock producers in Central Asia with implementing a successful conflict avoidance program for over the last 20 years. So part of this program is what's in place, and it supports a compensation plan. It's an insurance plan where livestock producers pay a small premium annually to help with keeping the compensation fund in place. If any of the livestock producers lose any livestock due to predation, then they're compensated by a percentage of how many conflict avoidance techniques they have implemented. As a result, the producers there have implemented as many conflict avoidance techniques as possible. The result is livestock producers are currently coexisting with snow leopards, again, for over the last 20 years. It's a good case study that I want to ask this commission to consider and implement as part of the plan. So what if there was an insurance program implemented in Colorado similar to the one in Central Asia? What if each livestock producer in Colorado paid $100 per year for compensation that could amount to as much as $2 million annually? That would be for compensation to reimburse livestock producers and possibly outfitters, what I've heard earlier. And what if that compensation were based on the number of conflict avoidance techniques that were implemented by the livestock producers? Everyone would benefit, including the wolves. There's no need to kill the wolves. It's counterproductive as to why we're bringing them into the state to begin with. Livestock producers in Colorado can coexist with wolves just like livestock producers in Central Asia are currently coexisting with the snow leopards. We can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Lindsay Laris, followed by Curtis Russell and Sean Berry.
Good afternoon, commissioners and CPW staff. My name is Lindsay Laris, and I'm the Wildlife Program Director for Wild Earth Guardians, as well as a Denver resident. Thank you for the time today to hear public comments. I'm speaking today on my behalf, as well as on behalf of the organization and our thousands of members across the state. I want to start off by expressing my appreciation for the tremendous amount of effort and resources that went into this initial draft of the plan. We see some positive aspects of the plan, including a discussion of impact-based management and acknowledgement that wolves will have positive impacts on the ecosystems. And we also appreciate that this is an incredibly complex and complicated, emotionally charged issue, and we're never going to have everybody satisfied. While we appreciate the spirit of the planning process, we have some concerns regarding the plan itself that we think must be addressed to ensure that wolf restoration is done right the first time. While we're going to provide some written comments, I'm just going to highlight a few things today, some of which I know has already been discussed. First, the delisting threshold should be significantly higher than 150 wolves. The best available science and habitat analysis states the minimum population should be much closer to 750 or 150 packs. This is supported by current scientific literature, while the numbers of 150 and 200 date back from the Northern Rockies studies from 1994. And to be clear, we're not urging or even suggesting that 750 wolves are brought into the state tomorrow, or even at any time. What we're saying is the threshold under which they lose their state protections or lose their listing status should be 750 at a minimum. I heard earlier today that 150 wolves would be sufficient to prevent extinction. I'm questioning why that should be the bar that we're going with. Why are we looking at the numbers to prevent extinction instead of wolves thriving? If we had 150 of any other species in the state of Colorado, I think we'd all be very concerned in this room. So why is this number acceptable for wolves? It's just a question to think about. The other point is why is it necessary to remove these protections in general? Studies show, and we have seen in practice in the Northern Rocky states, that once wolves lose their protections, they are far more likely to be killed and their populations suppressed. The low threshold that's held appropriate in this plan is the same as the population target touted by Idaho and Montana as an acceptable minimum number of wolves. While we don't believe that Colorado currently intends to have a similar liberalized wolf killing as Idaho or Montana, it's a slippery slope that likely neither of those state policy makers intended several decades ago either. A higher minimum threshold does not put 750 wolves on the ground, but it does protect them from a similar future that we're seeing playing out in Idaho and Montana currently. The second point is that there should be no reason to have wolf hunting in this plan at this point. Prop 114 calls for wolves to be managed as a non-game species. That's what voters enacted into law. We're also greatly troubled by the lack of differentiation between public and private lands for wolf management. Colorado is lucky to have so many amazing public lands, and these are for the benefit of everybody in the state. These lands belong to the public, the majority of whom voted to reintroduce wolves. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Curtis Russell, followed by Sean Berry and Roy Catalano.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Curtis Russell from Sugar City, Colorado. Although I'm from the Eastern Plains of Colorado, as a board member and officer of Colorado Cattlemen's Association, I represent livestock producers across the state. These are ranchers who own or lease nearly 70% of Colorado's grazing lands. As caretakers of that land, we're responsible for the health of that resource, including wildlife, wildfire mitigation, soil health, and maintaining the multi-use concept of federal lands in Colorado. Unfortunately, the likelihood of many Western Slope livestock producers being driven out of business by improperly managed wolf introduction is quite high, not only because of direct depredation, as has been seen in North Park, but also harder to quantify but undeniably real indirect impacts, such as reduced calf weaning weights, lowered cow fertility, and lost opportunity to utilize some grazing lands due to wolf presence. Reducing the sustainability of an already low-margin business by the improperly managed introduction of wolves could be interpreted as a direct taking by state government of private property rights. Excuse me. In addition, driving livestock producers off Western Slope lands by reducing or eliminating the sustainability of high country livestock operations not only removes those families from the already tiny 1.3% of Americans who produce the lion's share of U.S. food, as well as much of the world's, it indirectly drives up land cost for most other food producers, thus reducing sustainability of family ag operations across Colorado, not just in the high country. Therefore, that I asked that CPW look deeply into alternative management of wolves, with particular emphasis on adequate funding for depredation and indirect impacts on livestock producers, as well as tracking of wolf packs, a closer look at the use of lethal take of problem wolves and/or packs, and taking into consideration the impact on threatened or endangered species, such as the Gunnison sage-grouse, the greater sage-grouse, as well as other iconic Colorado species, such as moose, mule deer, and bighorn sheep. I also have a comment on a statement made by one of the other commissioners, and I missed who it was this morning, about insurance and damage compensation. And Commissioner May addressed some of this. I just wanted to add his comments. All risk mortality livestock insurance, which is a type of insurance that we take to insure against something like this, runs about 5 to 10% of the value annually for a high-value animal. So for an average useful term of 5 years for a high-value breeding bull, that could easily increase costs by 50%. Thank you for the opportunity to address this emotional issue, and I encourage the commissioners to strongly consider the science and impacts to working Coloradans as they decide on a course of additional wolf introduction to our state.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Sean Berry, followed by Roy Catalano and Tom Zieber.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am a resident of Arvada, Colorado. I used to live in Grand County, Colorado, where I lived and worked on a guest and working cattle ranch. I'm a hunter, a volunteer for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, although I'll be speaking just as an individual today. I believe there's been a solid effort to make a compromise with the wolf restoration plan. Ultimately, wolves have proven to play a vital role in ecosystem health, as seen in Yellowstone, The presence of wolves can certainly improve things like vegetation growth and lead to cleaner water. And for these reasons, I was initially a supporter of Proposition 114. However, I've since changed course. While I know the state is moving forward with a plan, I think it is important to remember that there are people who will be directly impacted by this decision and that there are clear drawbacks. I do not speak for the entire ranching community since I'm not a rancher. I'm sure there are ranchers who are not opposed to the wolf plan. However, it's hard to look past the facts that wolves are a predator species. They will have impacts on cattle. While I recognize that there are proposed compensation structures in place to help with wolf livestock conflicts, money only gets you so far. You can't just throw money at an issue like this. There are a lot of intangibles that cannot be monetarily valued when it comes to the life of livestock. Our ranchers deserve more respect than this and should not be told that they just need to adapt. I believe that wolf reintroduction also puts elk populations at risk. Colorado has the largest elk herd in the country, and that's managed properly through CPW's efforts. I think adding a predator species to that mix makes it more complicated, especially as has been discussed here today, that a lot of licensed sales go straight back to the state for conservation funding. And so that's something that needs to be thought about as well. My final point is that wolves are already in the state. I know of folks who have seen wolves. I know they are in the northwest part of the state with several confirmed sightings by CPW. And so I think there's a real question as to why we need to reintroduce more. We learned this morning that wolves are a very resilient species, and I would expect them to expand across the state in their range. That's all to say that I don't think this ever should have been up to the people of Colorado. I think this should have been left up to the wildlife management experts, and I think that this should have been managed through sound wildlife biology and not necessarily political will on both sides. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Roy Catalano, followed by Tom Zieber and Patrick Sullivan. Roy Catalano? All right, we'll go with Tom Zieber, followed by Patrick Sullivan and Laura Dye.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tom Zieber, and I've been passionate about wolves for over 30 years now. I'd like to extend a hearty thank you to the members of the Stakeholders Advisory Group, the Technical Working Group, the staff and leadership of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and especially Eric Odell and Reed DeWalt for assimilating a large body of knowledge in a relatively short amount of time. The draft plan is certainly a step in the right direction, but I feel that we have a few more steps to take. As per non-game status enshrined in Colorado Revised Statute 33-2-105.8, all mention of recreational hunting should be eliminated in Phase 4. 33-2-105.8, Section 2E has two parts. One is to assist at prevention of livestock conflict, and two is pay fair compensation. Yet the draft plan has 5 pages of compensation protocol and not even an entire page for non-lethal prevention. This imbalance needs to be resolved. What isn't mentioned, for example, is the cutting edge in livestock management needed to teach cattle how to respond properly to predation pressure. 3, I do have some qualms about the low numbers mentioned for delisting. And I'm especially worried, however, about the lack of a geographical component for delisting, and that wolves will not be able to fulfill their ecological role wherever prey and habitat exists. Lastly, we heard earlier from a member of the SAG committee about compensation for outfitters. I'd like to mention that hunting success rates in the Northern Rocky Mountains has been consistent, and that there should be no reason for compensation for outfitters. However, if that is the case, I'd like to mention that I do have experience finding wolves in the wild. I have not been allowed to ply any kind of trade of being an outfitter myself, in that I could provide recreational opportunities for people to see wolves. This has been going on for a quarter century, and if we're going to offer compensation for outfitters, then I'd like to have compensation considered for myself too. That's 25 years of loss of income, restraint of trade, interest, and emotional distress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Patrick Sullivan, followed by Laura Dye. Laura is the last person that I have registered.
Okay. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you again for allowing public comment. My name is Patrick Sullivan. I am here speaking as a Colorado resident, avid hunter, and outdoorsman. I grew up in a cattle ranching family in western Colorado and continue to live in Colorado primarily due to the quality of hunting Colorado residents have in our great state. Like many prior commenters who voted for Prop 114 have stated, they are not happy with parts of the management plan based on the initial intent of Proposition 114. Most of these commenters do not agree with the hunting of wolves in the management plan, which was not originally detailed on the ballot. To the contrary of these people, I voted against Proposition 114, but agree the intent is flawed and not meeting what the citizens voted for. The language of Proposition 114 is everything citizens on both ends of the political spectrum hate about politics. What I mean by this is forced policy voting by people who do not have to face the outcomes of the legislation. To add detail to that statement, the initial draft management plan proposed reintroduction of wolves into 2 areas that include the following counties: Chaffee, Delta, Eagle, Garfield, Gunnison, Montrose, Pitkin, and Saguache counties. Only one of these counties was in favor of Proposition 114. The other counties all voted strongly against Proposition 114, with respective percentages ranging from 53 to 76% of voters against Proposition 114. This data can be seen in Figure 1 of the draft management plan. And to add to this data, only 5 out of the 25 or 20% of the counties west of the Continental Divide voted in favor of Prop 114. Legislative checks and balances are foundational to all U.S. government, and the reason why our presidential elections have the Electoral College. If Proposition 114 would have had a similar structure, this bill would not have passed. That said, the outcome is in the past, and unfortunately we cannot change this unless there is significant litigation. Instead of continuing to harp on the flawed legislation that Prop 114 is, I will leave the commissioners with one suggestion. Please reconsider the proposed locations for reintroduction of wolves. I would like CPW to further evaluate reintroducing wolves in areas that favored wolf reintroduction, such as Summit and La Plata counties. Don't force wolf reintroduction on constituents who voted against them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Last, we'll have Laura Dye.
Thank you for your time. And I must first say, my views do not reflect the United States Army nor the Department of Defense. They're solely my own. I would describe myself as a conservative. I have also donated money, not liking it, to Democratic groups in order to support wolves for the past 5 years. The reason why I do this is because I think that there are certain things that should cross political lines. I think that wolves are one of those. I feel like this is a great opportunity to redo our initial migration into this area, whereas our first reaction was to take out anything that threatened our way of life and get rid of it and make it easy for ourselves. I suggest that all of us should take a little bit of personal responsibility in this issue, whether that's as a rancher, a farmer, or a wolf advocate, because it does take work in order to accomplish this. I'm from Kansas. I understand a certain amount of farming and agriculture, and I love animals. I would not want my herds to be destroyed by wolves. I also fully respect the wolf. They're very much like us. They value their family. If you hear any stories of alphas getting killed, you will be touched by the reaction of the rest of the pack. Because I'm probably running out of time, I'm going to get to my points. My suggestions are to not require permits in order for people to protect their livestock. I feel like that's unreasonable, and I should be able to defend my things. But this should be required to report. There should be no trapping and no trophy hunting of wolves. It should limit the amount of money from outside the state and hunting to influence the decisions that we make for wolves. We should have the gray wolf. It's reported to have, all right, that's it. Okay. Large wolves, such as Lobo, were killed in New Mexico. Therefore, the argument that we would be reintroducing something too large for the state is not accurate. Wolves are good to weed out the weak populations of ungulates and other things, but they're hunting, the way that they hunt, it is dangerous to livestock, in particular sheep. There's lots more, but I will stop talking.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment.
Okay, we did it. Thank you to everyone who joined us in person. We do have a little bit of time for the commission to either ask questions or reflect on what they've heard. If there was anything from staff reports, this is kind of a anything we've missed opportunity to have some conversations. So we'll open it up. Commissioner Haskett.
May I ask that Don Gittleson come up, since he is our producer that has had experience with wolves in the field?
Sure, Don, are you still here? Come on up. Sorry, back on the hot seat. Just punch that little button. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Dawn. I have a couple questions for you. So I was privileged to listen to you at the SAG group in Meeker, but your experiences with the conflict minimization tools that you have, and then also since the wolves, it's my understanding that since the wolves went to Wyoming and came back, that they are acting very differently. I'd like you to comment on those two subjects.
Okay, so we have used a number of things. So Fladry was the first thing that we used, and it works well. The fact that it's electrified or not, I don't know that that's such an important piece of it. They are afraid of the stuff, at least for a while, and no other animal is, but they are. We used the Fox lights. We had wolves in the cows the first night we deployed those. And so and when I speak, I'm talking about the pack of wolves I have on cattle. I don't have sheep. So just so everybody understands that. So this pack of wolves, the lights had no effect on them. We still do use cracker shells. That was effective. That does have its limitations. So when the female was in heat, they were on our place, right? Not far from the house. And when that's going on, those things don't scare them. And we tried to scare them off, and I quit because I was afraid they would get used to it. The other problem with that is if you shoot them at night, and we have to shoot them almost straight up in the air, there are sparks that come and hit the ground. So if you do not have snow or wet ground, you may have issues. I've used things that I'm not supposed to that go up in the air and make a lot of noise and a lot of bright lights. And the problem with some of these things, and even the cracker shells, is they will spook the cattle too. And so the last thing you want is to have the cattle be running also. So That can be a problem. We use bells on the cows. That was not my idea. Somebody told me that that would work. I would say no. We didn't have wolves coming around when that happened. But when the cows take off running for any reason, they spook the other cows when the bells start to go off. So some of the things that may scare the wolves may also scare the livestock, and the livestock running is not what you want. One of the things I was told would not work was game cameras, and game cameras worked for a period of time on the wolves we had. For quite a while, we did not get a picture of a wolf that was not a blur. If we got a picture of a wolf, they did not come back to anywhere around that camera again. And that worked until just recently. I've been able to get them on camera now where it's not spooking them, although once we get them on camera, they avoid that camera still. I'm trying to think some of the other things that we've used. So there's something that I did. So wolves have a preference in what they eat. And there are dead animals they will not eat, and there are animals they will eat. And so using that, what I noticed with them, and it's not just wolves, we have a product that we can use for parasites in cattle. What I used was an injectable, but you can get a pour-on. Depending on the product, it'll last from 30 to 45 days. I think some maybe 60 days. Okay, it stays in the system. It has a withdrawal period. We used that on the calves right prior to turnout, when we turned them out on the mountain. Now, I did not think that would stop a wolf from killing a calf. My hope was if the wolves did kill a calf that would not like to eat it, and hopefully after a couple calves, that would stop. We did have a calf getting towards the end of that was killed by a bear. The bear did not like to eat that calf right away till it was rotten. I did not think this would work on bears at all. It did seem to deter that a little bit in the bears, in which that's the first time we've ever lost a calf to a bear. Some of the other things that you don't consider deterrents are mother cows. Okay, our first calf that was killed, they were calves by themselves. We moved about 12, 15 mother cows, big cows, in with those calves. The wolves still came around for about a 3-week period, close to those calves. They never entered into where those cows were. So we didn't lose an adult cow until a freak situation happened that caused the cows to run, and the wolves went after cows, and they learned that they could take down a cow. Some of the things, so they talk about with the wolves is the number, okay? I think it's something that you need to keep in mind. So when I had one wolf coming through the place, I had no problem at all. She didn't even look at the calves when she passed through. Her tracks would come through. And when I say she'd come through, she came closer than where I'm sitting and where you're sitting to our house in the middle of the night. So she would go right up to the pasture where the calves were at, not stop to look at them, not move towards them, pass on by herself away from the cattle. When the male showed up, 2101, in which I'm the reason he got collared, is we turned his location into him. When he showed up, when they passed through the cows got upset. Okay, When I ask people about that, I get people that tell me, no, it's not the male, it's the female. She's the one that would decide what they hunt. That is not what I saw. Even after she was gone, he was at every single time we had an attack. So I've got to where I don't care if you're an expert. I don't care what you tell me. If the wolves show me something different, I believe the wolf. Okay? So when we had just 2 coming around, they did kill a doe right behind the house. She probably was a chronic wasting doe. So at that point, you know, that is the positive that you want to say they will do. Yes. When their numbers increase, they are capable of killing more animals, bigger animals, and they do that. When they were where they couldn't get into the calves, they were after rabbits a lot on the place. So, and then the other thing is with all of your non-lethal stuff, you have to understand that works because they think it's going to hurt them or kill them. And they lose that fear quickly, okay? When we first had people out, staying out in the cows at night with their vehicles running and that was enough. They stayed away. But in 2 months, that wasn't enough. They would come in when there were people out there. And we actually had 3 calves killed while people were in the cattle with their vehicles, short distance from the cows. The people did not even know the attack happened. Okay? They do not make noise when they come in. You have to pay attention to the livestock. So that's the talk about range riders. They have to understand to watch the animals they're protecting and not be watching for the wolf. You won't see him, you won't hear him.
I have something else, but on that note, so we provided you with some donkeys, I believe.
Yes.
And guard dogs.
No,
What's your
no
luck
guard
with
dogs. No dogs.
Okay.
Donkeys, yes. So I asked for the donkeys. That was because I've seen mules, and mules will go after dogs. They won't wait for the dog to come after them. They will go after the dog. Problem is with the mule is the mules will separate a baby calf from its mother, and mules sometimes will kill lambs. And so that was a concern I had with donkeys. The other thing was when we were trying to get either donkeys or mules, and there are rescue places with those animals, I'm pretty sure every place I called had a caller ID. And the first question I got was, what are you going to use them for? And when I told them what I was going to use them for, they would not. They did not want to have anything to do with me. So CPW, I told them what I wanted to do. I tried to get the donkeys myself, but I was having trouble getting them. I was going to have to wait till June, and I needed donkeys before June. So CPW helped me get them. They did a lot of the legwork, a lot of the paperwork. We got them. There's part of the problems with whether they work or not was I'm kind of a high-profile type of a deal now, and I had a really big concern if things didn't work out, how that would look. Not that I don't think it's a good idea, but so we put a lot of donkeys with the cows. We had 6. I made sure they were adults, older animals, big. I did not want to lose a donkey and have that get into the press. So that the donkeys want to stay together in a group. They're extremely smart. They're not going to get themselves killed for a wolf, okay? We did witness them go after a coyote, and it went out of the property when we were there. But most of the people that use donkeys have small donkeys that they raise with the cattle, so they grow up with them, and similar to what a guard dog would do. Donkeys do not cost very much to keep, and not anywhere near what the expense of a dog is. So they also like to eat weeds.
What's the difference between the wolves a year ago and now that they've gone to Wyoming and come back?
So I knew when we had wolves in there that we weren't going to have lethal control on wolves in Colorado for at least a year. I knew that was not going to happen in less than a year. So I always hoped that the non-lethal things would work for at least a year. They did not. I mean, the wolves, anything that we manufacture, they can get used to it. It just takes a little bit of time. The problem was it didn't take as long as I was hoping. So they were getting pretty brave. The last time they came in the pasture when I was there, they were about 400 yards away. They attacked a cow and a calf. I had a truck running that's an old diesel truck that makes a lot of noise, and I had the lights on, and I was about 400 yards away from them. I had to shut the truck off, make sure I knew that I was hearing what I thought I heard, and to get a location where they were at. I'd started the truck back up, drove right at them with the horn honking, because I was afraid they'd kill that calf before I got there. They were still there fighting with that cow when I got there with the truck. And I ran two of the pups off, but as soon as I saw the male, I quit chasing them, and I chased him the length of the field. And there's a video that was put out on Facebook of those wolves in North Park area, really close to a truck, and only one wolf ran from the truck. The others did not. And I told a news person, as soon as those wolves go to Wyoming, there are going to be 2 or 3 of them dead. And shortly after that, 3 of them were dead. They had lost their fear of people, and that is not safe for them when that happens. So it's nice that people want to see them. It's nice they want to be able to get close to them. It is not okay for the wolf. When they came back, that kind of split the group up. So now I think there's one of those pups by itself. I think there's one of those pups with possibly 1 or 2 wolves that are not from this pack that have probably migrated down. And the male is running around with one of those pups. And everybody has told me he will not mate with his offspring, but time is running out, and he is with one of his offspring. I do not know if it's a male or a female. So they do not bother me anymore. They're 1 or 2 wolves has never been an issue around the big cows. They need at least 3 to be an issue. So when the pack sizes grow, you're going to see a lot more of your people busy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. My question to you is, have you incurred any out-of-pocket expenses that have not been reimbursed by this agency?
Yes. But I haven't asked. Well, so are you talking about for the cattle or for protecting them against, for protection?
Well, just like
Non-lethal?
throughout this process, I mean, I know that.
So there's one animal still that's, going through it. There are 2 calves that were denied Now, I can tell you this, we asked if the male's collar was in the pasture on 2 separate days. We didn't ask when was he in the pasture. We asked, was he in here these nights? The answer was yes. And those were nights we lost calves. And those are 2 of the ones that you denied. But yeah, so I've out of pocket, I've probably spent somewhere around $12,000 to $15,000 of my own money for non-lethal. Yeah.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have a question for Mr. Gettleson if Commissioner
Okay,
May
let's see if
does.
anyone else does before. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gelson, I have great respect for what you've been through. I know you didn't ask for any of it. And as Commissioner Bleck, that was where I was going to go with my questions. I'm sure your reimbursement has been pretty public, but I also am sure that's probably a percentage, maybe a small percentage of what this has actually cost you. And a general question I have, without getting personal, is how long can you sustain if you continue with the losses and costs that you have had, that you've incurred on top of an already thin margin? I mean, it's not sustainable, is it, sir? You can't go on like that forever.
No. So the livestock losses are, yeah, I don't enjoy that. Some of the emotional stuff, and this isn't just me, okay? You have to understand this is your staff, okay? I see it in their eyes when they come out and cover some of these cases. In fact, the one that they covered with the dog, I can tell you that that gentleman had to take the rest of the day off because it was a sight. The hardest, I get questions about, it must be bad to find a dead animal out there. Yeah, it's bad. The really bad ones are the ones that are not dead that I have to put down. Okay, those are the ones that are worse. After a while, you have a hard time sleeping, and what you think of a lot about is wolves. Now, when I see something black running, my first thought is wolf. It takes me a minute to realize, no, this isn't a wolf. When I see an animal that's got an injury or has died, that is always my first thought. It probably always will be. It takes me a minute to realize, no, this isn't a wolf. This doesn't look like a wolf attack. So, yeah, sustainable, I hate that. I don't like that question because it's a very real question. I can't answer it for sure.
It's too personal, I understand that. I know in my situation, I could not sustain it.
Yeah.
And so I have respect for that. And what I want to hope is that your situation is an anomaly, that you are an outlier, that this isn't going to happen anymore or very much. So, you know, I don't want to base everything that we're discussing on one extreme situation, and I hope that's what we have with yours. But unfortunately for you, this has happened with you, and I hope that we can all learn from it. Obviously, you've already tried all of the conflict reduction that you can do, and I'm sure you're willing to try more. Obviously, be willing to try. But what I hope is, like I said, that this is an extreme case, and as we go into this process, this doesn't happen as much. And so the real thing I'm getting at is we are trying to develop this compensation plan based on a worst case scenario. I'd like to think your case might be closer to a worst case scenario. So we're trying to develop a compensation plan that allows for that, because that's what the statute calls for. the livestock producers will be paid for their losses. So that's what we're trying to do. What we all hope is that nothing ever reaches that level. And if we listen to some of the testimony we have, if that is true, none of us will even have to worry about losses. I mean, that's what we all hope for. So that's what we're all pointing at. But what we also have to do, we have the responsibility to make sure that we do cover somebody that gets into a situation like you have. And what we hope is that doesn't happen very often. So that's why we have so much talk about compensation, because we have to prepare for that scenario. But hopefully we don't encounter that. But I appreciate you coming here to speak to us. We talk about everything else we're talking about is speculation, but you're talking about real life.
So I think as far as your, so I got hit and everybody says, well, the other ranches around you. The other ranches around me did not have cattle on their places when the wolves came through. For the most part, I think if you look at the time that we lost animals, that's when most of the people are probably going to, I think that's going to be similar. Probably during their calving periods are going to be the highest risk by far. But only because no matter how spread out we put our cattle, they, compared to wildlife, they're concentrated, that they're calving in an area, and wolves, the nose on a wolf is tremendous. They can pick up a scent, and they are going to realize that when somebody's calving in an area, that's going to be an attractant.
Okay, anything else for Mr. Gittleson? Thank you for the extra perspective and sticking around to answer those questions.
Is that?
I think we're done unless anyone else has any questions for Don. Okay, thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tetchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I just wanted to follow up on a few things that came up during the public testimony. One is, you know, I'm interested in, to the extent we can think of new ways to incentivize the non-lethal methods, and also to pay people for, or, you know, so that Mr. Galson just said he had gone into his own pocket on some of those techniques. And I think if we can put money into non-lethal, that would be good. I did bring up the insurance issue, and I'm sensitive and to Commissioner May and the gentleman from Sugar City who said it's not affordable. In theory, insurance is a good answer to a problem like this, where there will be a few people who are impacted, and then others who won't, but you want to spread the risk, and that's what an insurance system does. And so I still think we might look at ways to incentivize purchase of insurance for the bad cases, and also maybe we need to think of a way to subsidize insurance. And then on that front, and this is for you, Commissioner Greenberg, I am aware of efforts to help producers, livestock producers who are predator friendly, differentiate their product so that folks who want to support wolves or encourage non-lethal methodology may buy and maybe pay extra for ranchers who do that type of extra effort. And so there might be an opportunity to, I've seen labels that are like predator friendly and those type of things, but it might be something that we could look at through your shop. The other thing I wanted to return to, there was a gentleman who spoke, I think his name was Kurt Tibbetts, I probably just mangled that, but he presented some information on something that I know I've discussed before, and it's I'm most familiar with the literature from coyotes. It's commonly called the boomerang effect, where lethal control actually makes the predation problem worse. He had some, I believe, was citing some studies that were specific to wolves. And so I think I see him in the back there, but maybe if Mr. Tibbetts could provide you with that information, because I heard a lot of people advocating for lethal control, and it's one of those, be careful what you ask for. If we go down that path and that actually has a counterintuitive impact of fracturing packs, more reproduction, younger reproduction, and makes a predation problem worse, it's something that we should really try to avoid, except in extreme cases. And then the last thing, and I don't know how to fix this, but I think Eric and Reed, you've tried to be clear that 200 is not a cap, and because that's a concern of a lot of folks, and maybe we could discuss what we anticipate a wolf population might look like, and if we leave something like phase 4 in there, I think that would be essential, that what is not just a avoiding extinction population, but what type of wolf population would fulfill its ecological role, similar to our other predator populations, but it might be worth discussing what we anticipate the state would actually look like, so that people fixate on a number. And I know it's not a cap, but it seems to be a source of concern, and so we should look at, like, this is what we anticipate.
Thank you, Commissioner Tutchin. For the last 2 points that you made, whether lethal management has any impact on recurrence of depredation, or what the impact of lethal management has on pack structure. Certainly, if there is lethal management on wolves, wolves are social beings, social creatures, and there's to be expected some kind of an impact on that remaining pack, the remaining animals of that pack, and what that social structure might look like. There's also lots of science that says that the more, that looks at the recurrence time frame between when wolves are removed and the next depredation event. And one study in particular in Montana looked at, over several years of data, if there's no lethal management, depredation is expected to recur in short order, weeks, on the matter of weeks. If partial pack removal happens, on the matter of months. If full pack removal happens, on the matter of years, until that territory is then reoccupied by other animals. As with most things with wolves, there's science that will get to either point of view on a lot of those different kinds of things. And so there is science to support the aspect of lethal management, of management removals of wolves in a depredation situation. Understanding, too, that there are going to be social implications from the pack structure, social implications of what that might mean to the packs. To your second point about the minimum number, and that's exactly right. I mean, the delisting number, 150 for 2 years, 200 for no time constraint, is the floor. That's as low as we would want to go. And in some of the questions that came up today too, are why shoot so low? And we do that because that's what we're statutorily required to. The statute requires us to develop the methodologies to remove from the state endangered species list. Those management, or those thresholds are exactly that. And again, as I said this morning, scientifically justified. Data supports those numbers to be a threshold for what a self-sustaining population is. That's not at all to say that's what the population objective is. You're suggesting maybe add a population objective, which is a fundamentally different kind of management approach to the impact-based management. Frankly, we don't know what it's like to live with. We know what it's like to live with 8 wolves. We don't know what it's like to live with 100 wolves or 500 wolves or 2,000 wolves. And there's lots of modeling that's been done that says what the ecological carrying capacity of wolves might be. But many of those other kinds of decisions, how we manage bears and lions, is not necessarily only a biological decision. There's a lot of social aspects that go into developing hunting objectives, population objectives. So I'm reluctant to put a population objective as to what we should say, what wolf populations might be in a long term. There's lots of modeling that's been done that suggests a whole range of numbers, but I'm not sure that that's in the best interest, because we just don't know. We don't have the information to say, or the experience to say what living with wolves at those different levels might mean.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Commissioner Touchton.
Well, I didn't see any other lights on. This is Commissioner Haskett brought it up, that the preponderance of the evidence standard and her concern that might put us in an adversarial position. I think that phrase, it's a lawyer's phrase, right? It's less than beyond a reasonable doubt. If we are going to change that phraseology, the next one down is balance of the evidence, essentially 51%. And I don't have a firm position on this, but I do think if we don't like the language that's there, that we should propose the language that we would find acceptable. So I know Ms. Russell probably knows the hierarchy of burden of proof better than I do because she's still in that field, but I think it's preponderance of the evidence and then balance of the evidence is one lesser standard below that, and we might consider that.
Thank you for that comment, Commissioner Touchton, and I appreciate you bringing this up. And preponderance of the evidence sounds like it entails a lot of evidence. It sounds like a high burden of proof when in fact it's only 51%, the way I understand it. Another way to look at preponderance of the evidence is a more likely than not, is another way to think of that. So all you need is that 51%. That's a relatively low standard of proof, especially compared to other standards of proof in civil matters and court matters and whatnot. And really, it's a good middle of the road standard of proof. This is, by many people's opinion, a generous compensation program that requires some sort of an evidence to be eligible to claim missing animals after the fact, if it's to cattle or sheep, or for itemized production losses. So I think it's important to have some sort of a standard of proof when we have these other options available on the table, especially when those other options could tally up to be very expensive in the long run for the agency. So I just wanted to address that, and thank you for bringing that comment up and provide some clarification to preponderance of the evidence.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few comments back to the public comments. We keep hearing the word best available science, and that word kind of drives me crazy now. I believe that the TWIG, who was 17 members, provided us with the best available science. And if you've read the whole plan, there's a lot of science in this plan. So I ask that people look to the plan for the science. And I wanted to comment on phase 4. To me, phase 4 means that we achieved success. Success. That's incredible. Proposition 114 called for the reintroduction. When we reach phase 4, they're recovered. That's a success story. We have achieved funding when we reach phase 4. CPW has managed wildlife for 125 years. From the Preble's meadow jumping mouse, sage grouse, moose, sheep, goat, we have reintroduced species, we have moved species, and they protected them for 125 years to a lot of animals that were almost gone. Wolves are not the only species that live on this landscape, and the only way to make it equitable for all species is to make them a game species and be managed.
Okay, we're going to maintain decorum. Everyone has an opportunity for their opinion. Other comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that being on this commission for as long as I have, and not speaking for any other commission members, we are dedicated to make this plan a success. And we are graced with the experts that are providing science to us. It's not our thoughts, but they're providing science to us. And our intention is to follow that science, come up with the best plan we can come up with. And even though we're talking about worst-case scenarios, I also was involved with several people in this room, spent days in Montana talking to ranchers that actually live with wolves and grizzlies. And I was amazed by the lack of conflict that they have. We were on one ranch that this gentleman has had 3 packs of wolves on his ranch for 15 years. 3 known packs for 15 years. You know how many cattle he has lost to wolves? 0. 0. Because they operate within their natural system. They operate within the natural base. We may not have that privilege in Colorado with all the development that we have. So because of that, we have to manage. That puts another burden on our agency to manage this so that it works. But I think it can be done. And I think this commission will do everything in its power to make this a successful program for not only the success and safety of the wolves and the benefits that they can provide to our system, but also to the people who are charged with keeping habitat and keeping Colorado's rural economy intact. I think it's a doable thing, and I think that's where we're all headed.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you, Chair Hauser. Thanks to everybody who commented today. I think many comments have given me sort of things to think on, to process, and I have a long list of things to follow up on, questions to ask in the future. I guess a couple things that I'll comment on. I think to the point that was already brought up with respect to kind of what's the burden of proof for depredation claims. I guess there was a reference to what the SAG agreed on, and the language, I believe, is sort of what the investigator believes. And I guess at some point, again, not right now, this is going the parking lot for later, any sort of legal distinction between preponderance of evidence versus what was suggested by the SAG would be helpful to understand. I think one thing that I heard today that's landing with me is the challenge, to Commissioner May's point, of making a plan that sets people up for success in terms of worst case scenario or sort of negative outcomes. And the reality that this is, as Reed said, an historic moment, and we do have an opportunity to do something important ecologically. And the fact that I think we struggle sometimes as a result of that to highlight some of the potential positives of that. And so I think there's some opportunities to talk a little bit more about that. And one particular thought I had is on kind of following up on my suggestion that we attempt to project what compensation costs might look like into the future. If there's a way to potentially project what revenue might look like for CPW as a result, what sort of increased revenue. And it might be too difficult to do, and that I don't know if other states have been able to do it, and it's hard to say, okay, who's coming in to see wolves and how is that influencing past, right? It might be complicated, but I think if we could, it could be helpful. Similarly, along the same lines, kind of thinking through, in addition to kind of the management of negative or sort of potential impacts to ungulate populations and herds, are what the potential positive outcomes could be, right? And we've heard some of those potential positive outcomes as well, in terms of just thinking about how we're going to report that, how we're going to share that, how we're going to include it in our future management plans, et cetera. So that I think just a high level, some of my thinking and my takeaways there. I think similarly, I've been really impacted by the comments from outfitters, ranchers, in terms of potential impacts, and I'm really, really thinking through the challenge and opportunity of, a depredation approach that is, inclusive and just and all these things that we want it to be. But it doesn't make it necessarily all that much different from what we're already doing to manage the negative impacts of wildlife in the state. Okay, I feel like I'm getting rambly, so I might leave it there. And just end with, again, thank you for your comments, and thanks for giving me a lot to process and think about.
Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say one thing quickly on it's been brought up several times that producers might be able to have insurance available to cover losses. And as has been testified, that is a cost that's it's not within the margins of livestock production and ranching to do that. 5% of your total investment to indemnify yourself against that. So maybe if that's what consensus is that people are thinking, that to me would fall under the definition of costs to livestock producers. So is that something that we want to think about being state-sponsored, an insurance program for livestock producers that's state-sponsored by the taxpayers who approved this statute? Because that's how I see that working in system, that would be a subsidized program, not just subsidized, but paid for. Because it's maybe with a big system like that, a statewide system, that maybe our compensation program would get some relief and producers would have the safety and security to know that they're going to be taken care of. And I know whenever when they speak with their lenders, something like that would be a big thing.
Commissioner Phillips and then Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for the public comments and staff for everything. I've got a few quick ones, and I fully agree with Dallas. The cost of insurance it's substantial. It's a slim margin business. Friends from outside the industry make fun of us because we work off of break-evens, and a break-even is a success for us. So you're adding on to that, it's a problem. The other question or comment, I guess, Ms. Dawn came up, and 12 to 15,000 out of pocket. The flattery, the cannons, the lights, all of that, that's a tangible cost, but then actually implementing them is a whole nother cost, and labor is expensive. And owner-operators, often we undervalue our time, but the reality is time spent, managing a non-lethal control of wolves it's money spent. So I don't know how possibly add that in to compensation or how to value it, but I think that might be important moving forward. And the last comment I had, and I don't know if this is next meeting for the staff, but I would like to know the process to get a permit for lethal control. If a wolf is seen physically harming or killing livestock or hurting animal, what is the process? What does that look like? And thank you.
Okay, got those items? Okay, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to circle back. We had mentioned earlier that I think Reed was going to give us an update on 10J, and so I wanted to make sure we allowed time for that. But one quick thing before my understanding is, some of our rules that we've come up with will currently be hypothetical, because while wolves are under the authority of the federal government, it's actually what's in the 10J rule that will control. And so I think we should get updated on that process.
I agree. Anything else from commissioners in terms of what we heard today? Would be a good way to mostly close. Reed, you want to give that update, or Eric or Luke? Reed, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have permission to share one comment on something I heard today?
No way. Of course you can. Go ahead.
I heard several comments today about poaching. My first job in this agency was as a wildlife officer, and all wildlife officers and park rangers swear an oath to protect the wildlife and citizens of this state. We take poaching very seriously, and it's not tolerated in the state. So any guesses that wolves were poached, and if any information is out there, that needs to be shared with us so that we can fully investigate that. And I do want to stand up for the folks who wear a badge in this agency. They are beyond professionals. They are the best of the best. And if there's poaching occurring, we will deal with it, and it'll be handled accordingly. So I just want to make that point that we have no information those wolves were poached, and if there is information that those wolves are poached, it needs to come forward. So I'll stop with that. As far as the 10J process, We continue to consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service on a very, very frequent basis, biweekly with my close wolf team here. Conversations are ongoing. We continue to have cooperating agency calls with the service on an every month basis. Multiple states are in that. Most of the surrounding states are on that call, as are most of the western counties, and a lot of the federal agencies and state agencies are on that call. Really an information part of that, information sharing to make sure that we're all on the same page and working together. I would say the process continues on. We're expecting a draft rule to be published in the Federal Register soon. We continue to ask for that date, and we don't know that date yet. Hopefully by the end of this month. If not, it'll be in the first part of February. And that's really an important time for folks who are interested in this to make sure they read that proposed rule, because as Commissioner Touchton said, that will really put the sideboards on this process as well from a federal perspective, and what tools are available. And there will be some things that are different than what you see in the plan, and folks need to pay attention to that. There will be a 60-day comment period that kicks off there as well, and those comments will most likely, I believe they're all written comments in the federal process, and that's how you submit those comments. They are going to hold 3 open house style meetings. The Fish and Wildlife Service are, and I believe it's the week of March 12th. I think that's the week that they kick off, and I do know there'll be one in Grand Junction, one in Craig, and one in Walden. And there'll be information from the Fish and Wildlife Service about that. We continue to watch those timelines. Those need to be met, and we would really request that 10J to be done before we put wolves on the ground. And we're still on target for that December timeframe, but we'll update the commission if we see that slipping or not being met, because I think that's a very important conversation to have if the 10J is not in place before we want to put wolves on the ground. So, but right now things are still optimistic, still working well, and moving forward. So, but open to questions from the commission on that as well.
Okay. And you'll continue to update us, just tell us and keep telling us and tell us what you told us and tell us again. Okay. Commissioners Vardy or Otero, anything from the virtual space? Not seeing any.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just echo the comments that have come before. Thank you so much to all those that traveled far and wide to come and share their thoughts with us. They are heard, and I look forward to this process progressing.
Okay. Sorry, the weather didn't cooperate for both of you to be here. Okay, so we are at the conclusion of this meeting. I guess my only couple of comments about this is this will be a successful plan. And I just would, again, commend the members of the SAG for illustrating and modeling the compromise and the conversation and the dialogue that occurred. In a lot of ways, this isn't about wolves, it's about people. And it's about how we work together to move this forward and to ensure a successful plan. And that will mean compromise, it will mean learning, it will be openness to understanding the things that even these 3 guys in front of us who are experts and in this every day don't have all the answers, and neither do we. So I think that'll be important. I also would say it was demonstrated today by the individual, Mr. Gittleson, who's at the epicenter of this. I didn't hear 1 ounce of hostility towards wolves, in spite of what he's been through and what his family's been through. He even provided opportunities for us to learn and understand. He's on the ground on this, and so I just want to commend him and others who will help us by virtue of the fact that they're going to be in the middle of this, and certainly to to everyone on any end of the spectrum. That's why we were here today. We're here to listen, and we will continue to do that, and look forward to continued opportunities for us to move this plan forward. Just as a reminder, this isn't the last opportunity for us to hear public comment. We've got a couple of other opportunities coming up. So we are literally next week in Gunnison, Colorado on the 25th. That's Wednesday, followed by February 7th in Rifle, Colorado. We will have an all-virtual opportunity on February 16th for as much access to the public who can't be here in person. And then we'll be in Denver on February 22nd. And then our regular meeting is March 15 and 16. And as Reed mentioned, we will also shift to Steamboat Springs April 6th for sort of a different phase of this process. And there still will be opportunity for public comment. The plan will be approved at our meeting May 3rd and 4th in Glenwood Springs. So those dates are all online, available to the public. For those who wish to join us, certainly feel free to do so. And we also know that the team in front of us needs to continue to get feedback and ideas so that we can start sort of firming up aspects of the plan. And we will try to devise some mechanisms to get some pulse point checks on the commission in order to give the team some indication of sort of the direction that we're going. I suspect they're picking up a lot of that as we go along, given the questions. There was also a request by Commissioner Adams, and I would concur that the questions you receive, thanks for bringing them back to us, to the extent that you can put those in writing and get those to us in a consistent way so that we all have them. There's a lot to interpretation, and there's a lot for us to remember. And it's just helpful to have those kind of FAQs. I'm sorry to add one more thing, but just some of those really standard ones that we're getting, and they might be helpful to the public as well. Laura has a request out to the commissioners in terms of what you need for next week in terms of lodging and so forth. We will likely add an executive session that we lost yesterday to that agenda, so just note that we'll make that adjustment in the next day or so and get you an updated agenda. What else? Anything else? Commissioner Adams.
Briefly, considerations on that agenda add-on. So, you know, we all have to travel far all the time. And that 2:30 end time is already cutting it kind of close for anybody who has to drive more than 3 to 4 hours back home. So if we do have to add, I don't know.
We're going early.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine with
since
that.
everybody has to travel over the afternoon before, there's probably not any exception to that.
Thank you.
We may push it to 3, but not 3:30. What Jeff and I have been going back and forth, so it may go 8 to 3. We'll see where we can make sure that everybody can get on the road while it's still light. Weather is supposed to be good but cold, but it's Gunnison, so that's what we should expect, right? It's awesome. Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? Acting Director Dugan? No. Yes, you may. Go ahead, Laura, on any kind of logistics. Go ahead, and then I'll let Acting Director Dugan any final comments.
For anyone that's going to be, the hotel has asked me to let you know that there's going to be a fire alarm test between 3 and 3:30. They don't exactly know when, but if you're still in the building, it's a test, it's a drill, you don't have to evacuate.
So that is our incentive to get out of Dodge as fast as we can. Okay, Acting Director Dugan.
All right, I'll try not to keep people too far from the door. I want to thank all of you for all of the thoughtful questions that you have had for the staff. I think it's been very helpful for everyone. And I hadn't said this before, but I'm going to say it now. This group of gentlemen up here and everybody else that they work with have done an exemplary job, and you are a credit to our agency. Thank you for everything that you're continuing to do.
Okay, at 2:29 p.m., we're adjourned. Safe travels.